shameful. Democrats keep making history, but they're doing it for all the wrong reasons. The contrast is the split screen, and I've referenced that at this podium a few times already, but I just think it's an important thing to point out, because that contrast between the two parties grows more glaring with each passing day, and you can look at all the evidence for yourself. There is, of course, a literal split screen every day. You've got Republicans and Democrats out all over the airwaves, burning them up, speaking directly to the American people. But you'll note that there's a key difference between the messages of the two sides. The Republicans are all repeating the same simple truth, and that is why that message is resonating with the American people, and that's what the polling indicates. At the same time, on the other side, the Democrats are doing their very best to obscure and create distractions from that simple truth. So the reason that we find it important to come out here every day and repeat again the same simple truth is because they're trying so hard to cover that up. But there's also a figurative split screen. There's a literal one, but it's figurative as well. And I just wanted to spend a moment this morning and talk with you about that. On one side, you have the Republican Party, the party that controls the White House, the Senate, and the House. We call that unified government. It's the party that won the popular vote in every single swing state and made deep inroads with voters new to the Republican base. And we received that mandate gratefully, and we went immediately to work. So since the election in November, just in the last 9.5 months of this Congress, which began in January, Republicans have delivered incredible results for the American people. And we could stand up here and spend an hour going through just the bullet points and highlights of all that, but we put a few on the handy chart over here. But just think of what's been accomplished in the last 9.5 months. A couple of things listed here. We passed the historic Working Families Tax Cut, one of the most landmark pieces of legislation ever passed by the U.S. Congress for the benefit of the American people. We slashed taxes for hardworking Americans, geared for the lower and middle class earners who needed that assistance. We cut hundreds of billions of dollars in fraud, waste, and abuse from government. We solved the border crisis. We are working now to solve the crime crisis in major cities around America. We strengthened Medicaid. We improved health care access, and we lowered premiums with our legislation. We have restored peace through strength, thanks be to God, and we are ending wars around the globe. And we've restored common sense to a government that sorely needed it. That's part of the mandate that was given to us by the American people in the fall. And most recently, we did our jobs, and we passed a clean, nonpartisan CR to keep the government open for the people. Now look on the other side of that figurative split screen as demonstrated here. The lights are out. It's all dark. Why? Because what the Democrats have accomplished in 9.5 months is a government shutdown. A couple other things sort of related to that. You know, they have made a lot of TikTok videos. We'll give them credit for that. They've also assaulted law enforcement officers. One of them's on trial for that. They've openly embraced and rallied with communists and socialists, most recently across the country on Saturday. They voted to raise taxes on millions of hardworking Americans at the worst possible time. They have voted against reducing fraud, waste, and abuse in government, and they have now voted, collectively, Democrats in Congress have voted 12 times to keep the government closed down. But it doesn't stop there. The Democrat shutdown is a glaring example of just how far the Democratic Party has strayed from common sense. Remember the simple truth here. It was over a month ago now that we passed, the Republicans passed the clean, short-term, continuing resolution. It's nonpartisan. No gimmicks, no tricks, no riders, no partisan Republican policy priorities added to that. It's 24 pages in length, as we've discussed so many times, and it is very, very simple. Why? Because it was a very simple good faith effort on our part to preserve our ability to keep negotiating on the full year funding bills and, of course, the other big issues facing the American people. So we wanted to keep the lights on. But what did the Democrats do? Instead of receiving that, voting for it as they have always done in the past, they broke from history and they rejected that. And they offered a counterproposal. Ours was a clean CR. We call theirs a dirty CR, and you all know why. Because they added $1.5 trillion in new spending that would be a mandate, including hundreds of billions of taxpayer dollars for health care for illegal aliens. Go to page 57, section 2141 of what they filed. They want to restore funding for left-wing pet projects in foreign countries. And I've given you a list of some of the crazy things that they would include in that. $500 million for liberal news outlets like NPR and PBS on the backs of taxpayers, and the removal, remember, they wanted to eliminate the $50 billion that Republicans got signed into law by President Trump on July 4th to prop up our rural hospitals. And here's the kicker. The Democrats can't even agree on what they want right now. If you polled congressional Democrats on what it would take to reopen the government, you would not get a uniform answer. Every reporter in the room, by the way, should be asking them that question. Democrats put together this haphazard grab bag of crazy leftist policy proposals when they knew that it would not be agreed upon, and they knew that it was clear that Republicans were working to do the responsible thing and offer a clean CR to fund the government. That's our most basic job here. In their desperation now, they're trying their very best to somehow blame Republicans for the forthcoming health care crisis that they themselves created. By way of just very quick review, for the record, because they're trying to obscure this as well. Let's remember the true origins of the boondoggle that is American health care under Obamacare. Democrats wrote that bill. They passed it into law without a single Republican vote. During the COVID pandemic, Democrats created temporary Obamacare credits, again, without a single Republican vote. Democrats then voted to extend those credits. They set the expiration date on it. And then when they held the majority in the Senate, it was Democrats who chose not to extend those credits beyond this year. Now, as we approach their own self-imposed expiration date, now they are breathlessly insisting to you, and on all the interviews, that somehow it's a Republican crisis. Give me a break. The facts are the facts. We are up here sharing the simple facts and truth. And as John Adams said, facts are stubborn things. Democrats are the ones who manufactured this entire situation without a single Republican vote, and now, when the chickens are coming back home to roost, they're trying to blame the other team. It is utter nonsense, and you should call them on it. That's the job of the press, and continue to do that every single time. Clearly, this is a complicated issue, this whole healthcare subsidy thing, and there's hundreds of different views on it, as I've explained. So Republicans cannot and will not solve it in a backroom deal. Chuck Schumer has been suggesting that 4 leaders should go into a smoke-filled back room like they used to do in the old days and create this solution. It's not a possible thing to do. It was never appropriate. It's not possible to put on a continuing resolution because it's such a complex issue. Issues of this magnitude deserve deep thought and deliberation. That's how this system works here. And as soon as Chuck Schumer reopens the government, all of our members will have an opportunity to engage in the very important discussion of how to make Obamacare affordable. But we won't engage in Democrats' hostage-taking, nor will we pay a ransom. We certainly won't engage in their unserious proposals as long as Democrats continue to act like unserious lawmakers. I'm just going to say this morning, enough is enough. With us today with the leadership team are 2 leaders in Congress. One is Chairman Bruce Westerman of the Committee on Natural Resources. And we also have with us Congressman Mike Simpson, who's our lead appropriator for the Department of the Interior, which funds and oversees our beautiful national parks. Both are here today to share an update on how this shutdown impacts all those operations. But I'll note, as I bring Chairman Westerman up first, that when President Obama shut down the national parks, the National Mall in 2013, is a real hardship for the American people. And the Trump administration is trying to handle this differently. They've gone to great lengths as much as they can to protect Americans' access to our national parks, while Democrats continue to hold government funding hostage. They'll have more to share on that, the experts on the subject, and I'm happy to bring them up now. Thank both these gentlemen for their hard work. I'll turn it over to Chairman Westerman. Yeah, bud.
Thank you, Speaker, and good morning, everyone. First off, I want to say thank you to the thousands of federal employees across the country that are still in the field, going to work every day, oftentimes without pay, to do their jobs to steward and protect our public lands, from Park Service to Forest Service Rangers to Fish and Wildlife officers and all the other management and support staff doing their jobs in uncertain times. Thank you. Leadership starts at the top, and I commend President Trump, Secretary Burgum, and Secretary Rollins for the job that they've done and for their leadership in keeping our public lands open to the public. It's not always been that way during shutdowns, as the Speaker mentioned. But this can't continue indefinitely. Despite all the extraordinary efforts being made At some point, without funding, the public lands will not be accessible to the public. The longer this unnecessary shutdown lasts, the more negative consequences that we'll start to see. Without regular staffing, litter will pile up and park ecosystems will be affected. It's fall time. It's a wonderful time of the year. It's a wonderful time to visit our public lands with crisp weather and beautiful foliage. Fall personally is my favorite time of the year, and it's that way for many Americans who enjoy being outdoors. When Americans save up to visit a national park or a national forest, that experience should exceed their expectations. Families visiting our parks are now being met with disappointment as visitor services and experiences are reduced. As the shutdown drags on, families will cancel their vacations or day trips to our public lands. It's hunting season all across the country, different types of hunting seasons across the country, and public lands are oftentimes the only place that people who like to hunt and fish have to recreate. For everyone's sake, and who uses and appreciates our public lands and appreciates our public employees, it's time to end the shutdown. You know, as we look here in Washington, the negative effects of the shutdown and what that will have on public lands, I just want to highlight one issue, and that's the Great American Outdoors Act. This was a bipartisan bill that was signed into law by President Trump during his first term. It's something that there's a lot of bipartisan support to work on right now. But, you know, tomorrow we had planned a field hearing on the Great American Outdoors Act so that we could reauthorize this piece of legislation that's putting as much as $1.9 billion a year into maintenance backlog on our federal lands. I've had an opportunity to visit many of these parks and to see the wonderful work that's being done. It's something that Republicans, Democrats, and independents, I think, all appreciate, the fact that we're taking care of our public lands. But Congress is not here working on those issues because of the shutdown. And we need to get back to work. We need to start putting the American people first and putting these federal lands and giving them the place and the position that they deserve. And we simply can't do that when the government is shut down. So enough of the shutdown. Let's get it over, get people where they're paid, where they're going out and doing their jobs that they want to do, and getting America back in the position we need to be in and getting Congress back and functioning. And with that, I'll turn it over to my friend Mike Simpson from the Appropriations Committee.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, and thanks to the leadership for inviting Chairman Westerman and I here to talk a little bit about the impact that this shutdown is having on our public lands and our national parks. I couldn't agree more with House leadership, their position on this shutdown. House Republicans, as you are well aware, did not shut the government down. We voted to open the government and not shut it down. It's the House Democrats that and the Senate Democrats that are voting to shut the government down and keep it shut. We gave them exactly what they wanted. We gave them a clean CR, no gimmicks, no policy writers, short term. There were people who wanted this to go on until January or February. They wanted a short term. That's exactly what they got. And then surprisingly, they reversed themselves and voted against it. This shutdown is causing and potentially causing even more damage for the American people. While the Democrats in their press conferences say how much they care about the American people, that they're fighting for the American people, when you look at the impacts of what they're doing, clearly the evidence is the reverse of that. They don't really care about the American people. What they care about is keeping their leadership positions, and that's exactly what's happening. They say that they care about federal employees. The fact that we have furloughed federal employees that aren't getting paid, clearly the evidence shows that they don't really care about federal employees. This is about two leaders trying to keep their jobs, and that's unfortunate. You know, our national parks are our historic treasures. Ken Bird's called them America's best idea. The Park Service goes to great lengths to protect our resources, and the Park Police provide critical safety measures for our visitors in our national parks. Under the Democrats' shutdown, the lack of funding for staff and maintenance projects could cause irreparable damage to these national parks. Some people say, well, it's the end of the year. Most of the national parks are visited during the summer. Last year, we had 331 million people visit our national parks. They are truly America's best idea, in my view. In October of last year, we had 28 million people visit our national parks. 28 million in just October. I agree with Chairman Westerman. I think it's the best time of year to visit our national parks, with the colors changing, warm days, cool nights, all that kind of stuff. I love Yellowstone in October, and actually in November when you get there and you see the first snowfall and a few things like that. It's a great time to visit our national parks. But we have families who have been planning to visit our national parks for years sometimes, putting aside the resources, that are now canceling their visit to our national parks because of this shutdown and the impact that it could potentially have on their vacations. Unfortunately, that's very damaging. We know many people who are canceling their trips. But this administration is trying to keep the national parks open. Unlike the Obama administration when there was a shutdown, they actually put tape around the open air monument, the World War II monument, so that people that came in, veterans that came in to see it, couldn't visit the open air monument. They tried to make it as painful as possible. This administration is trying to do just the reverse. They're trying to keep the parks open, they're trying to keep our public lands open, and trying to make it as least painful as possible. But it's going to get more and more painful as time goes on. I applaud this administration for their efforts to mitigate the impacts that this is going to have on our national parks. As I said, 28 million Americans visited our national parks in October, 24 million in November. So they were used all year long, whether it's just the great parks out in the west, Yellowstone and Glacier and Yosemite and Grand Canyon, or whether it's the Everglades in Florida or Arcadia in Maine. These national parks are a treasure to America, and our Americans love them. There's one other thing I would like to say. You've all heard us as appropriators, and actually as all Republicans have said, we need to get back to regular order. You all know what that means. What it means for those listening is that we pass bills, individual bills, we bring them to the floor, we go through the amendment process, we go to conference, and then we bring a conference report back between us and the Senate. This leadership team, we haven't done that for about 15 to 20 years. This leadership team that you see behind me has moved us in that direction more than any team I've seen ever. We are actually ready to go to conference with 3 bills right now that have passed the House. The Speaker plans on bringing, and the Majority Leader plan on bringing up the rest of the appropriation bills and trying to get back to regular order. You can't do that overnight. It takes some time. But they have moved us in that direction, and we will get back to doing it the way that it should be done, where we do individual bills, we conference them with the Senate, we bring them back to pass them. So I applaud this leadership team and the efforts that they're making, but we can't do it while the government is shut down. We need to open this government back up, and yes, there are many other issues that need to be debated and worked on. We can't work on those. As Westerman said, Chairman Westerman, can't have hearings and that type of stuff when we're shut down. So we need to change that. We need to open this government back up, get rid of this stupid Schumer shutdown, the 3 S's, I guess, and let us do our job. That's why we're here. I get a kick out of listening to the press conference from some of my senators saying, well, the House has been on vacation for a month. This is not what I call a vacation. If they think showing up once a day and casting 1 vote is work, they need to come over to the House side and see what we're doing. We're working with our constituents, we're out talking to people, and we're back in Washington doing our job too. So we'll continue to do our job, end this stupid Schumer shutdown, and let us do our job. And now I'd turn it over to the great Majority Leader of the House, Steve Scalise. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairman Simpson. Preach it. Appreciate as well Chairman Westerman and the work that these great chairmen continue to do to try to keep government functioning as best as possible in the midst of very difficult circumstances that Democrats themselves created. I do think it's important, as we're at this point, that we look back over the last 9 months and really look at the difference between the two parties in Washington. And Speaker Johnson laid a lot of this out. You can see the poster. But just think about what happens every day here. Republicans wake up every day working with President Trump to try to get this country moving forward, to address and fix problems that, frankly, were created by Democrats. And what does the Democrat Party do every single day? Every day they wake up and just see what President Trump is doing and find a way to oppose it. Doesn't matter what he wants to do. President Trump came into office day one, said he's going to secure America's border, was actually elected on it overwhelmingly. 80% of the American people agreed with President Trump and House and Senate Republicans who said that should be a priority. And we actually set course to do that. And we have done just that, secured America's border. And what did Democrats do every step of the way? They said no. They voted no to secure the border. President Trump said, we're going to try to get our economy back on track. We're going to stabilize the tax code so that no American family has a tax increase. Every American family was facing, on most cases, a 30+% tax increase. President Trump said no family deserves that. Let's stabilize the tax code and have no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, so blue-collar workers can actually have more money in their pockets and empower them to do more for their families. President Trump said that. We agreed. What did every Democrat in Washington say? No. They didn't just say no. They all voted no to that. President Trump said we ought to produce more energy in America. Chairman Westerman was at the heart of a lot of those policies. You actually had to change policy to do it. So Congress and President Trump worked together to lower prices at the pump. Every American family today is benefiting from those great policies because they're paying less when they fill up their car every single day. And you would think, gee whiz, that would be a good area where all people in Washington, Republicans and Democrats, come together. But because President Trump said yes, what did every Democrat say? No. Every Democrat voted no to lower your energy costs, just because President Trump said he was going to do it. President Trump also said, I'm going to do something that no president in decades had done, and that is modernize our air traffic control system. It seemed like at least once a month at some airport in America, big, medium, small, there was a near miss where an airplane almost ran into another airplane. In some cases, did tap or run into another airplane. And it was happening because our air traffic control system is still based on 1980s technology. I was actually a student of computer science and learned how to program computers in the 1980s when we had floppy drive disks. You have to Google what that is today because we don't even have them anymore, except where? At all of our major airports across America. LaGuardia running on floppy disks from the 1980s. And President Trump said, we ought to do something about that. We ought to fix it. How about we modernize our air traffic control system? Now, this isn't a new idea. You would say, well, gee whiz, why wasn't that done in the 90s, in the 2000s? For goodness sake, the computing technology on this iPhone is more modern and capability and competently technologically advanced than what a lot of our air traffic control systems are using, except it costs money. It costs billions of dollars. And so previous presidents, Republican and Democrat alike, just didn't have the time or the priority to find the money to go modernize that system. And so some days flights across America would get canceled. It was happening over and over again, at least once a month, anywhere in America, disrupting the lives of American families who just kind of figured, I guess that's just the way it is because government's in charge. Well, Donald Trump said, all right, we're going to change things because that's what Donald Trump does. He finds a problem and he works to fix them. And again, you would think everybody would come together and say yes, except because Donald Trump said it, every Democrat had to say no. And in fact, when we put it in the bill, every Democrat voted no against modernizing our air traffic control system, just because it was Donald Trump's idea. This is a sick and twisted and lost, rudderless ship of a political party. That's who we're dealing with. When the press asks, gee whiz, is there something else you can offer these folks in a negotiation to try to get this off a ramp and find a better way to get the government open? The speaker's told you over and over again, there's something we could negotiate with, but when the party is so rudderless and morally bankrupt that just because President Trump has an idea, the Democrat Party's visceral reaction is just to say no. Right now, he's actually renovating the White House, building a new ballroom. I mean, anybody that's ever been to a state dinner, like the White House has been renovated over and over again. There wouldn't be an Oval Office if there weren't renovations by previous presidents. The West Wing was a renovation by previous presidents to make it better for all future presidents. And that's what Donald Trump is doing. He won't enjoy most of the time of that, but future presidents will, because in the future, when you have a state dinner, when we bring world leaders in, which we do all the time, and you host a president of a foreign country, a prime minister. I've been to some of those. Some of you have covered them. Where do you go? You walk outside of the White House in the rain sometimes to go to a tent, to host a world leader. That's what we do today. And President Trump said that's a disgrace. How about we do better? And not only did he say we were going to build a great ballroom that we can host these events, he funded it privately. He put up some of his own money. And you would think, well, gee whiz, at least they can agree to that. It's not even taxpayer money. It's going to be a permanent renovation that'll enhance the White House for all future presidents. What does every Democrat say? They say no to that. They say no to everything he does because they just are angry about the results of the election from last year. They're upset with the American people because the American people said we want somebody who's going to wake up every day and say, how can I solve Middle East peace? I'm not going to take no for an answer. I'm not going to take the old failed ways of doing it for an answer. I'm going to figure out a way to go do it, and he does. How do I work to help improve the lives of Americans? He goes and finds a way to say yes, and because he says yes, Democrats find a way to say no. It's a disgrace. It's a disgrace, but now it's having real impacts on American families. With this shutdown, it's not just their everyday feud with Donald Trump. It's become now a problem where American families are paying the price. Let's talk about what just came out a couple of days ago. The USDA sent a letter to all of the states saying, quote, if the current lapse in appropriations continues, there will be insufficient funds to pay full November SNAP benefits for approximately 42 million individuals across the nation. 42 million people across America are going to suffer from those SNAP benefits that they count on. Right before Thanksgiving, because Chuck Schumer and Democrats are so angry with President Trump that they just want to find a way to say no. And when they say no, now they're saying no to 42 million families who will go without food so that Democrats can show their far-left radical base that they're fighting President Trump. As if they've got to show off to some radicals who come march on the mall and hold up effigies to murder the president, 8647. You saw the signs. Over 800,000 people in my home state of Louisiana get food benefits through the SNAP program. Yesterday we talked about Senator Ossoff, who one Senate aide said on the record to The Hill in that article, said that he's more afraid of if he votes to open the government, he will lose the clicks he's getting from foreign states and the small donor donations that add to about $3 million. That's what he's afraid of. Well, let's look at Senator Ossoff's state of Georgia. 1.4 million people are going to face losing SNAP benefits just in his home state. Now, does he want each of them to send about $2 each to him to make up for the $3 million he's getting from California, in Illinois, in New York, in Minnesota? Is that what it's going to take? Because he's causing pain on people in his home state by voting no. Maybe he needs to go on vacation instead of showing up every day, as Senator Simpson said, showing up to vote no to inflict pain on 1.4 million people in the state of Georgia. That's what he's doing. So this is having real impacts on real families. We're here working, and the House has passed the bill, despite 99% of Democrats voting no. Again, President Trump said yes, they say no, doesn't matter what the issue is. And the American people are sick and tired of it because now it's affecting them. Over 40 million low-income Americans are the ones who qualify for SNAP benefits. They're going to be denied food starting in November, according to USDA, because these guys just want to show their far-left radical base that they hate President Trump. It's disgusting, and it's having a devastating impact on millions and millions of Americans across the country. Our whip, Tom Emmer.
Well, Democrats have voted 12 times to shut the government down. 12 times. And now they're refusing to support legislation that would help alleviate some of the pain they've inflicted on the American people as a result. Earlier this week, the minority leader in the House said he opposes legislation that would pay our troops and essential federal workers during the Democrat shutdown. This includes Border Patrol agents, air traffic controllers, TSA agents, and more. All of whom, by the way, as these speakers have pointed out, are showing up to work without receiving a paycheck while the Democrats play their shutdown games. Some would say the soon-to-be former House Democrat leader went so far as to call this legislation, quote, a political ploy. Well, I'll tell you what a political ploy is. Holding the American people hostage just so you can avoid getting the guillotine from your far left base. That's a political ploy. The good news is this madness can end immediately if 5 Senate Democrats would grow a spine, stand up to the radicals in their party, and pass our clean CR and reopen the government. It contains no partisan policy riders, no gimmicks. In fact, it's the same spending levels that Democrats supported just 6 months ago and that you've heard repeatedly they passed 13 times under the Biden administration. We have made this plain and simple. We have made the process as plain and simple as possible. To our Senate Democrat colleagues, it's not too late to do the right and reasonable thing. Pass our CR and reopen the government for the people that you are actually elected to serve. Let's get it done today. With that, Lisa McClain.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. And I think the leader said it best. I think you're right. President Trump could have the cure for cancer, and the Democrats would vote no because it came from President Trump. We have to start looking at the policies, and I think right here explains everything. I mean, Democrats have been playing political theater for 3 weeks with Republicans continuing to work and deliver some results. And here are, again, some examples, some facts. Right? Just a few days ago, Congressman Ryan McKenzie visited a Head Start program that relies on federal funding and delivered food to TSA agents. Congressman Mark Alford visited multiple rural hospitals and healthcare centers. And Congressman Jeff Crank met with credit unions to ask for flexibility with federal employees who are actually missing paychecks. Real families are paying the price for the Democrats' shutdown. And what are the Democrats leveraging the shutdown to get? Ask yourself, what is their leverage? More wasteful spending? While Republicans are working at home, Democrats are fighting for weird programs, like halfway across the world, right? Think about it. Just think about it for a minute. They're sacrificing Head Start right down your street to produce Iraq Sesame Street. So they'd rather spend money on Iraqi Sesame Street than fund your Head Start programs. But President Trump is, the bad guy for putting America first. Scratch your head on that one. They're risking the safety of American skies for LGBTQI programs in the Balkans. Right? Putting the Balkans over the safety of our skies. They're jeopardizing millions of paychecks to Americans to support woke programs in Honduras, Zimbabwe, Mexico, Venezuela, and Lebanon. Okay. I don't know about you, but I think that is absolutely shameful. Let me be clear. A shutdown should never be used as leverage for more wasteful spending, and especially when that spending isn't here on American soil. But that's what Schumer's dirty deal is doing. You heard me talking about it the other day. And you heard our speaker talk about it, the split screen, clean CR to work for the American people, Schumer's dirty deal CR to work for everybody but the American people. Wasteful spending at the expense of American people is not what this shutdown is about. But I want to let the American people know, Republicans will not cave to Schumer's dirty deal. We will not cave to their wasteful spending. We will hold the line, and we will. I promise you, we will continue to work for the men and women and families who serve, protect, and build our great nation. Thank you.
Questions? Chad, go ahead.
Good morning, thank you.
Sir.
Can you characterize some of the dissonance inside your conference about the strategy?
Was the obvious, can we get the government operating as soon as possible so they can get all these vital services and paychecks restored? And that's what this is about. So, I mean, if you called each individual House Republican right now, we're almost 100%, probably 99.8%, okay, of every House Republican understands exactly why we're in the situation we're in. Are we all anxious to get back to work here for regular legislative session? Absolutely.
And she wanted the House to come back with the session.
No, that's not what she said. If you had listened in directly on the phone, you would know. You can ask
She
her
was
about it.
solicited. Okay.
No, she said the message is feeling old, and I said, you know what, Beth, you're right, because we come out here and say the same thing over and over every day, but there is a method to that madness, because as I explained in my comments here, we have to repeat the simple truth over and over. Why? Because the Democrats are in an all-out assault on the truth. They're trying to obscure and distract, and you see all the different shiny objects they're trying to make everyone look at every day. I will tell you that the best evidence I have for you this morning, so that you know that the Democrats caused this shutdown, is because if the Republicans were responsible for this shutdown, that would lead the news in every mainstream media outlet every single night. It would be top fold of every newspaper on the front page every single day. Some of the mainstream media outlets aren't even covering it right now. Why? Because they're trying to give cover to the Democrats who have caused this. I mean, look, everybody knows the facts. The American people are not stupid. And we're in here every day appealing to their common sense and relaying the facts. And thankfully, those facts are saturating.
Mr.
Yes.
Speaker,
Yeah.
just, I do want to point out that the shutdown's led to Today's Show for about the last 2 weeks.
Oh, good. Thank you for that. Okay, thank you, Today Show. Thank you.
Make sure you're clear about
Thank
that. Secondarily, some of your Republican colleagues have raised concerns about the Trump administration opening up the market to Argentinian beef farmers, saying that it could prioritize them over American beef farmers. What do you say to your Republican colleagues about that move by the administration, and what are you doing as a Republican Congress to help American farmers, beef farmers in particular?
Well, we're doing a lot of work. We had some discussion on that yesterday, and I don't know the latest
Good morning,
developments, but I
Danielle.
can tell you there have been some over the last 24 hours. Harriet Hageman is one of the members of Congress from Wyoming, and she has lots of cattle ranchers and was articulating some of their thoughts and ideas, and she was connected to USTR and to the White House, and they're having those thoughtful discussions. The White House doesn't want any unintended consequences. What they're trying to do is improve the lives of everyday Americans, make our economy work again, and make sure that we are treated fairly by trading partners around the world. And there's lots of complications and a lot of moving parts when you're talking about trade agreements, renegotiating old trade agreements between, over 100 nations all at once. But they've done an extraordinary job, and they're working to fine-tune all those details, and you'd have to direct specific questions about it to the White House, because I don't really know. Yes, ma'am.
Leader Thune said it's time for the House to start thinking about coming back and passing a longer-term CR. How long should the next CR go until, and would you be open to a year-long CR?
No, I'm not sure that's what he said. I mean, he and I visited yesterday for about an hour, and Leader Thune and I are 100% aligned on all of this, as we are with the president. In fact, Leader Thune and I spent some time with the president on the phone yesterday about all this, and I was with the president in the White House the night before for a couple of hours. What we're talking about is that obviously the calendar is being eaten up by all this political nonsense by the Democrats. And I used the word, it's getting a little dicey in here yesterday. Some of you quoted, Chad quoted me, I saw it this morning. I don't know how else to describe it. Look, we're running out of time to do very important, necessary things. And as Mike Simpson, Chairman Simpson pointed out here earlier, as one of the lead appropriators, chairman of one of those subcommittees, he noted that the date of November 21 was decided upon by the experts in the field, the appropriators themselves, in a bipartisan agreement. They agreed they needed 7 more weeks. Some people, as Chairman Simpson noted, some people wanted the CR to go all the way into the middle of next year, and there was all sorts of varying opinions. But the Republicans and Democrats on the Appropriations Committee came together and agreed on that appropriate date. But it was calculated to allow enough time to finish the job. I think all of them, when they decided upon that date, were in good faith, and they said, and the Democrats said to us, please make it clean. Please don't add Republican priorities, because then we can get the job done. We did exactly that. We have been in good faith every single day on this, and they are eating up the clock. So we're getting closer to November. It is going to be more and more difficult with each passing hour to get all the appropriations done on time. We acknowledge that, but we have to decide this on a day-by-day basis.
Last question.
Yes, ma'am. Second row, right here. Yeah.
How comfortable are you with the president apparently seeking $230 million from the Department of Justice?
I don't know the details about that. I've just read it. I didn't talk with him about that. I know that he believes he's owed that reimbursement. What I heard yesterday was if he receives it, he was going to consider giving it to charity. I mean, he doesn't need those proceeds, but we're for the rule of law. We're for what is just and right, and it's just absurd that. I mean, as has been noted here several times this morning, they attack him for everything he does. It doesn't matter what it is. This whole dust-up about the White House, just by way of quick review, because I'm an amateur historian, you'll understand, the White House has been renovated many times over the years, you understand. I mean, it was built between 1792 and 1800, right? The British burned it down practically in 1814, and then they rebuilt it in the early 1820s. And ever since, like, we've had many presidents renovate and add things to the White House. Teddy Roosevelt built the whole West Wing. Who was it? FDR, Taft, I think, added the Oval Office. FDR made additions. I mean, Truman put ripped everything up to put a bowling alley in. FDR had added the swimming pool, I think. Barack Obama added a basketball court. President Trump's going to add the greatest improvement to the White House in the history of the building since it was originally constructed in 1800. The ballroom is going to be glorious. It's going to be used for everybody. And by the way, hey, Democrats, if you win the White House back, you get to use it too. This is for the American people, and he's using private funds to do it. How in the world could they oppose that? The only logical reason is because they have Trump derangement syndrome, and that's what explains a lot of this. Two things. They want to oppose the president, and Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are scared that they're going to lose their jobs. We all know that. I've said it over and over. It is an objective fact, and you can see it themselves. I wish that you guys would chase them down and call them up and ask them what it is they're demanding. This madness in the counterproposal, what I told you about, is the offer still on the table? They can't even articulate what they want. You know why? Because this was never about a solution on health care or anything else. This was about a spectacle. It was about a political distraction, and it was so that they could show a fight to the Marxist left and the Democratic Party. Look at the split screen. I'll leave you with that. Thanks so much.
And and with that, does anybody have questions for us to answer? I look forward to those questions because, you know, if you're on the left side and you think, oh, yeah, you know, that's kind of useless, we don't really care about what they say, you're already on the negative point of view of what's happening here. Here's your chance to go ahead and ask me a question. And you can see a lot of the patriots in here, most of them probably Republican conservatives. We have some independents, we have some Democrats. And the reason why we have this dialogue here with us, number one, it's not just to get clicks. Of course, we always ask for clicks, subscribes, it promotes the channel, and it allows us to continue, to making these videos and attract more views in. I don't mind, your negative comments and stuff. Just in some way, please try to be somewhat respectful to a lot of people in here. They're actually elder people. They are seniors and they deserve some respect. Now, if they disrespect you, then, well, their respect goes out the window. I believe respect is always earned. You will get positive comments from me if you are positive with me. If you are negative with me, well, I will try to stay positive, but you are going to get a spanking right back. So let me go ahead and take a couple of questions from you here, and let's see if I can make sense of it. At least give you my opinion on how I see things. How what do we go from here? Let's see. Rick says, how you know he is lying? Are you holding his hand 25/7? 25/7, not 24. We have marched our day 25 hours in Mars time. Let's go. Let's say Easy says, Paul, Mike can't tell it like it is. He has no idea, says Easy. Easy, what do you mean? What do you disagree with on with Mike? What is he not telling it like it is? Tell it like it is. Oh, salud, my friends. Stay thirsty. Get your little sip of coffee in the morning. Let's get this day going. I am actually going to stay here, and we're going to go through a few things today. So as people leave, other people will come in. I am going to be doing a lot of work today. I really want to find a lot of more research to share with you. Let me see. We're going to talk about tariffs. We're going to talk about China. We're going to talk about illegal immigration. Let's go. Bring me your questions. The whole government shutdown, let me just summarize on here for some of you guys that don't know what's going on. I only have like 90 people watching, I think, or something like that. So most of you probably know what's going on with the government shutdown. So here's some key points. Key points for the government shutdown. Number one, I covered the big, beautiful bill. I looked a lot into the big, beautiful bill. I read it. I saw the policies. I saw how it's going to work. I saw the effects that it would take, when it will take effect. And it's crazy that as soon as the bill passed, people started panicking. Oh my God, I see the prices is going up, inflation is going. It haven't even started yet, and people already complaining and bitching about it. And let's be clear, the Republicans have the majority in the House, reps, etc. So the big beautiful bill got passed through Congress because of the majority of Republicans, absolutely, and then it went through the Senate, and even J.D. Vance showed up to break that tide. So we expect Republicans to be for the people. You know what I'm saying? And so they voted, the big, beautiful bill passed. Amazing. It's awesome, right? Well, there's one thing that Democrats are now bitching and complaining about is that $1.5 trillion. Well, this was taken out. This little part that they want was taken out by the big, beautiful bill. And yes, we passed it. It's done. There is no takesy-backsies. I don't know why that came out, but I don't know. It just came into my head. But, okay, so in that case, yes, Republicans are the majority. Yes, the Republicans can pass it. Yes, the Republicans can open the government. No. There is a difference, and there is a reason for that. If you had the majority being 60 to 61 Republicans, we don't need Democrat politicians at all. And we would keep the government open. You know, I find that interesting. And I kept, oh my God, I kept biting my tongue, trying not to make noise for you guys so that you can hear the actual professionals, our representatives telling you how they see things, how they're working things out. And you can say that they're lying. And I understand. We don't want to believe every politician. Now, let me be clear. I am pro-MAGA. I am pro-Trump. I agree with everything that he's doing. Would I be okay with some decisions? Probably not. But the point is, if it's what's better for our country, then I concede and I allow myself to keep supporting it. Even though I don't like it, it is the right thing. It is the right thing to do. Now, here's the thing that you guys on the left side get so caught up and you guys get nerve-wracked and you get triggered and you get upset about. It's what you guys don't understand is this. Listen, if the man is working for us, he's bringing a benefit for us. We see the benefit. The world sees the benefit of having President Donald Trump be the president of the United States of America. That's why a lot of leaders, many countries have come over to the Oval Office, make deals with them, sign deals. And we're going to talk about China. I am hoping that today I can put a couple of nails in the coffin. But, they have come over, made deals. He has made peace. Maybe we didn't go and physically get involved in wars, But I will tell you, if it wasn't for the United States of America's involvement, in this case being led by President Donald Trump, we would not have made peace in 8 wars, soon to be 9, hopefully. And there is a lot to unpack on these things, because I keep hearing about this whole, President Trump said that if he wasn't president, this war wouldn't have happened. And people, that's bull crap. Oh, that's bull crap. Nah, that's not true. He's lying. And then the main guy, President Putin, comes over here and says, well, I will tell you something. If it was President Trump was in office, I would have never started this war. But now they're involved. Now there has been consequences. The war has started. There's a lot of hate between these 2 presidents. Well, that's going to be a very hard tackle to eat, okay? And so doesn't matter if President Trump says something, he's a liar, 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 Trump. When other presidents come around and they confirm what President Trump says, liar, they're liars, everybody's lying, and we are the only ones that are right. That's the way that you want to think. Hey, you know what? That's your thinking. But you cannot deny facts. You guys can people can hate us for being right, and I would say probably all the time. It seems like it. You guys are going to start hearing. And now, guys, if you're a fan of some of the people that I talk about, take it with a grain of salt, will you? Like, for example, well, hey, remember, record this, write it down, save it to your phone, put the timestamp on this time that I'm going to tell you right now. I know that Candace Owens has over 5-6 million subscribers. There's a lot of followers there. I know Carl Tucker also has a bunch of subscribers. I get it, right? These guys are very famous. They have this and that. I can tell you right now, they are both wrong about Israel. Timestamp that. Timestamp that and take it to the bank. Save it for yourself so that you can come back on my show and tell me, Dennis, you were full of shit. Look, they were right about Israel. There you go. That's where I will put my 2 cents in. And so if you guys don't like that, I understand that, okay? But that's my statement. Candace Owens and Carlson Tucker, they're both wrong about Israel. And we'll leave it at that. Now, with that being said, China has, and I think most of you patriots out there, you got to know that China has been, we have practically made China very, very rich. Let's not fool ourselves. But I will say this. I want to read an article for you guys here. For many decades, China has been making billions and billions, if not trillions of dollars by now. I would say probably, I'm not even going to, poop on them too much, but I'm going to say maybe at least one third of our national debt has been because of China. Good morning, Trinity. How are you? Oh, man. It's so lovely to see you always in here, Trinity. You're such an angel to me. I love it so much. I will say one third of the $37 trillion. Now, this is just me. Now, here it's just guessing. This is just an opinion. This is just an idea. Just throwing some type of theory out there. But from what I can gather, it's at least one third of our $37 trillion deficit or debt in our country, national debt, has been given to China. China has been given and been making so much money, guys. They could have literally all of their people being taken care of. Well, maybe not. But they can have a lot more of their people being taken care of. And they choose to just waste the money. They spend hundreds of billions of dollars on mass infrastructure in their country, and they don't even use it. You guys remember those replicas of Paris, Germany, Italy, and Spain? And you remember those? Have you seen those? They are waste of money. They're useless. They're vacant. Nobody lives there, and yet they had all that money to do that. Trump 2025. Go Steelers, baby. Let's go. It's all good, Sambo. We don't have to hate on somebody else's football team. That's the beauty about having rivalries. We get the game exciting. Although, guys, stop sidetracking me, man. I'm trying to say something, legit. It's not sports time right now. I'm going to start getting into sports eventually. I used to love watching football, but all these rule changes that have been, just watering down football, man. I understand that there's a lot of safety regulations that need to be changed because of injuries, etc. But remind me, we'll come back into football, and I'll give you some opinions about football as well, okay? But right now, I'm talking about China. Now, I want you to read this. I want you to listen to this article that I'm going to read for you, okay? This is from the CP. This is called the Coalition for a Prosperous America. And this is about 10 companies are overexposed to China. Check this out. Ford is the winner, though it might not be a prize worth winning in this case. The number one U.S. corporation with the most exposure and therefore dependency on China, partners, and supply is the historic Detroit automaker. They're not alone, though. Sitting in the top 10 companies with an overexposure to China includes all the big household names. And here we go. From Apple to Disney, Tesla to even Coca-Cola, according to a new index released on Monday by business intelligence consultancy Strategy Risk. Can you imagine that? Even Coca-Cola. Wow. There's a lot of automation for soda companies, but you know what? Even that we want to give to China. Maybe, there's not that many jobs for us. But the point is, if we make it here, that money gets made here, and it comes around our economy locally. Now, I don't know if you guys understand this. I mean, most of you guys are probably older people. And what I mean by that is like season-wise. You have a lot of life experience. You guys would know the stock market is not the United States economy. The stock market is to fear-monger you or to kind of sell you an idea or investments that you can do global investments on. But that is not the country's economy. Let's get that clear. If you don't know about it, go look it up, okay? The economy that helps us is the money that we make inside our country that helps small businesses raise up. It helps medium-sized companies raise up, and it helps big corporations raise up. The benefits of having that in our country is that these are the kind of businesses that will provide jobs for the people. Now, there's a lot of companies out there that want to, break their company's worth or value in stocks. That's okay. And maybe that could be a bad thing if, a certain company goes down because their stocks go down and they go bankrupt. Well, you know what? You invested on your own stock thing and you didn't invest on the people. So that's how it goes. That is how the game works. Let's make one thing clear. We say never forget September 11th, 2001. Never forget, we say. With Islamist terrorists destroyed our Twin Towers. Wow, that's tough. Never forget, we say. And now, in New York, we are about to put a communist, Islamist, Islam-supporting, jihadist, Sharia law-supporting communist Mandani. Yeah, I know what he's saying. And I think that everything that he's saying is bull crap. Here comes a rich kid. You think this rich kid that he waited for the bus that never came? That's some bullshit story. If you believe that, you are very gullible. Very gullible. That is not the problem in New York. There's a lot more than that. But, when people want to believe these stories, man, I okay, sure, whatever. Whatever you want to believe, you believe that. Okay? Curtis Sliwa, Man, I'm a Trumper. I'm gonna tell you. I think. I mean, I don't. I. I mean, he's the only Republican, but that doesn't make him the best candidate. But bro, I just don't understand it. Do we not have smart people that actually care for the people in New York? I mean, the guy, I get it. You know, he supported this group and he supported that, but let's be honest. He smokes the devil's lettuce because of his condition. He has a condition. You know that, right? People that smoke the devil's lettuce should not be in Congress. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I apologize. I love you guys, but I apologize. If you're smoking the devil's lettuce, you should not be in office. All right? This is why I am avoiding the devil's lettuce. Oh, man. You know, as Senator Kennedy says, you know what? Life is hard. But it's harder when you're stupid. You know what I mean. So anyway, so you know, we are a country that has stood up through. This country has been through so much history, so much bad history, horrible history, but then also very courageous, talented histories and improvements that has made this country great today. And this is why when Argentina needs help, who do they go to? Do they go to Russia? Do they go to the UK? Do they go to England? Do they go to Spain? Do they go to France? Do they go to Africa? Do they go to anywhere else? No. Where do they go? To the United States of America. Why? Because President Donald Trump is here. And you might say, whoa, wait a minute. Oh, Argentina, they're giving $40 billion to Argentina. So what? We're making an investment. A lot of people out there that hate big, rich, multi-billionaires that have big companies out there. They hate these people and be like, oh, they don't deserve all that money. Really? How did they get all that money? Well, they made investments, but no. Well, why don't you do it? Right? I say this. You guys these people like to listen to Bernie Sanders. Tax the rich. Let me tell you, that is just a sore loser. The guy he might not have the millions, but he's worth millions of dollars. Not by much, but he's a millionaire. And he just hates people that are billionaires. It's like for some people, it's never enough to make money. The more money you get, the more problems you create for yourself. That's just the law of life. If you're greedy and you're not wise, if you're selfish and you have no love, you are going to be miserable being rich. I'm going to tell you right now, man, if I became a billionaire, you would swear that I'm a socialist, but I wouldn't be. Let me tell you what the difference is between somebody that has money and just gives it away. That person will go broke eventually, and nobody's going to care about them once the money is gone. But a person that has money and wants to help people, you help those people become independent and not dependent on your help. Like I will tell you, I have a lot of family and friends in small villages, for example. What can I do for them? Well, we can get better roofs. We can make better housing for them. It's not that expensive in the place where they live. It's nothing compared to here in the States. And so you can help a lot of villagers, have better housing, maybe better tools for work, for fishing, farming, etc. I mean, those things that we can do with money. But if I'm just going to go and buy a yacht, for $2 million and I have like the Arabs over there, they don't know, they have so much money, they don't know what the hell to do with their money. Can you imagine how much help they could be giving to the world? And I'm not talking about just giving people free money out of nowhere. That doesn't help anybody. It will help a lot of people. Like there was a lady here named, what was her name? She was here in the chat earlier. She's the lady that she says that she has kids, her husband left, and now this government shutdown is affecting her, blah, blah, blah. She's working 2 jobs, she says. I find it very hard that she cannot make ends meet, when she's having two incomes practically. I mean, maybe a job and a half, or who knows. She says two jobs, but I don't know how much, okay? The point is that those kind of people that are working their butts off, of course, that's the people that should get the help. But people that just want to say, give me what? Go work for it. Go do something. Provide a service, something, right? And then you go and make that money. I'm not, people that are on the retarded side of the mental breakdowns. When I share my stories of hardships or things that I had to have been responsible for, all my life, whether that I was homeless, whether I paid child support for years, people like to come in here and tell me what a loser I am. And well, that's the way that they think about life. But I don't see all those hardships and all those things as a thing that is going to make me a victim, that I can never come up in the world, and that I'm just going to depend on the government to give me, money and food and sheltering. The moment that we start giving the government that type of power, man, we're lost. We're lost. And I will say this. I know this is a random to throw in here, but before I forget it, I have to say it. I remember when Hillary Clinton, back in 90, must have been a sophomore, maybe a junior. Hillary Clinton said, early 90s, I can't remember the year, 93, 94, I think 93, I think. She said that we should not be giving health care to illegal immigrants at all. And she says, and I said this before, and she says, because we don't want to give the world an incentive that they can come into this country illegally, and then they're going to deplete our benefits. Well, here we are today, 28, 29, maybe almost 30 years later, over 30 years later, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Okay, now I throw that in there because it all has to do with economy. The economy is dependent on how good we do locally. I want to keep reading this article. Now check this out. It says the companies appear in a new index compiled by Strategy Risk called the SR250. The index is ranking for the country's largest publicly traded companies by their China exposure. The scores measure on a scale from 0 to 100 indicate the levels of exposure along with ensuing risk. Higher scores like those highlighted in the Strategy Risk chart above. Now, you guys can see that, but I will share it so that you guys can see what I'm talking about, and hopefully it will actually be readable to you guys. Okay, hopefully we'll try this out and see how it works. I'll try to make it as big as possible for you. Let's see. All right, so here's the chart that I'm reading. And I'm going to see if I can actually see this pretty good, okay? I'm telling you, today we're going to put a lot of work in. I'm just telling you that right now. Now, you guys probably can't read that. Hurry up, man. I hate this delay on the... Let me see. Okay, yeah, so you guys can read, okay? Let me minimize that. And just try to stretch just enough so that you guys can read with me. There we go. Just like that. I think that if you get good eyes, hopefully this will help, okay? All right, so here's the chart, and I'm going to make just a chart, okay? Just a chart. I'm going to make the chart bigger. There you go. Okay, you guys see that, right? Yeah. Okay, so here's the chart, and you can see from 0 to 100, Ford has been the highest at probably 68, close to 70, it looks like. And then you have Carrier, you have Apple, you got Tesla, you got Coca-Cola, you got Cummins, RTX, Honeywell, Walt Disney, and Caterpillar. Now, this is what I just read to you right here. And I don't think that you can see that. Let's see if I can make this smaller. You should be able to read that, I think. It's big letters, so hopefully you guys can see that. I'm trying to put it in the middle for you guys. All right, let me see how that reads. I'm trying to give you guys some information. Now I'm going to be here for a long time, so I don't really care how the views go down. That's all right. This is for the people that are actually interested on knowing a little bit about economy. And I know it's a lot of reading, but you got to do your reading. And I hate reading. I hate reading, but I hate not being able to tell what the hell is going on. All right? So there's that. And so within the top 10 names, Ford seems like it would be at least a top 3, like Tesla. Ford was instrumental in convincing its auto parts partners in mainland China to move to Mexico in order to avoid tariffs. So I love to read this because, and hopefully you guys can take something more than what you came in with, okay? Just think about this. Tariffs have been placed on us. People have been making, like I said at the beginning, China has been made rich by tariffs that they have put on us, the American people. Okay? Now, we put tariffs on there as a negotiating tool. Now, President Trump is going through some battle in court to see if they're going to stop him from doing tariffs. I believe the Supreme Court is going to agree to allow him to continue using those tariffs. Yes, district court judge tried to block him, but the Supreme Court has the say on it. And I think he's going to win. All right, with that, I have to take a little sip of my coffee because what's coming up is very important. President Donald Trump has put tariffs on all the countries in the world, every single one of them. Now you say, oh my God, this guy's crazy. He is putting tariffs on an island where only penguins live. It doesn't matter where that is. It could be the last rock on a small, tiny island where some ants live. It doesn't matter what the place is. You got to put tariffs on everybody. Why do you do that? Because if you don't block access to other countries like China, right? They've been subsidizing. They've been sending shit to Mexico. Why? So they can avoid paying tariffs. They've been sending stuff through Vietnam. They build, listen to this, and now, oh my gosh, it just makes so much sense in my head. I don't know how to explain it. But they build big manufactories in Vietnam. They're trying to position themselves in a location where they can make their money or their product move around easier. Does that make sense to you guys? China has been making manufacturing available in Vietnam and in other countries, okay? All because of tariffs. And you say, wait, what the hell does American tariffs got to do? Well, they're trying to avoid it. And look at the power of tariffs. Let me address Max's question. How's that ceasefire going? But I'm gonna tell you something, bro, or whoever, if it's a girl or a guy, I don't know. You could be both. You could be they, them. I don't care. If you don't understand how it works, then I'm never going to be able to explain it to you. Okay? President Trump has already said it, and I agree. This is the logical conclusion that I got, and that is not Hamas. I know it is, but it's not the Hamas that is doing this because they're scared shitless of the United States of America now, but it's other little small groups that are out there getting away with stuff. And let's just be clear just right now with these 10 people that we have here listening. Let's be very clear. Acknowledge that they are still shooting and killing people in Gaza, and that is not Israel. Let's acknowledge that. I also want you to acknowledge that you are witnessing these killings that are still going on the Hamas side. Acknowledge that. And third, the most important acknowledgement that I want you to have And to keep in mind, wait to see what happens to Gaza. You think right now is grumble? That is nothing compared to what's going to happen to them if they continue on that path. Okay? Okay. All right. Let's drop that. Let's drop that part of the history. But I really want to touch on these tariffs because these tariffs are very, very important. Why does China want to move manufactories to Vietnam, to other countries like Mexico, right? They want to send their product there. Why? Because they want to avoid tariffs. Why do they want to avoid tariffs? Because that's money that's coming out of the economy. And I agree with them. They don't want to pay it. You know, that's not how they make money. Well, on the same token, I don't appreciate China taking hundreds of billions of dollars from my economy in my country. I want Americans. I want people to invest in the United States of America because we have been weakened, $37 trillion debt weakening in the last few decades because people don't know how to make deals. They don't know how to negotiate. Now, I want to tell you, I'm not a good marketer. I'm not a good sales guy, but I will tell you something. I have always been top 1% sales guy of the year. I've always made my top quotas. I was the best leasing agent in the apartment industry. And I'm not a sales guy. I'm not a marketer. I'm not a telemarketer. The reason why I did so good is not because I'm a sales guy. It's because I believe in what I say. That's why I was good. I didn't go over there and sell you a piece of junk apartment. Or I'm not a sales guy that goes and sells you any type of car. I know that car is going to break down in a month because it's been beat up like an old donkey. I know that this product is going to fail you because I have it and it's failed me and it's going to fail you. But a good sales guy is going to say, hey, listen, this right here, I've had this product for this long. Oh my God, it's so good. You're going to really love it. You don't have one? Oh man, you're missing out. You got to get this product. Oh, it's just the most amazing thing. That's a sales guy. This is me. Okay, let me go ahead and pitch you my thing, okay? I'm not going to sell you this, okay? This is a small gimbal. Do you like to blog? Yeah, okay. Well, this is very light. It is a good option. Now, even though the phones have a very good stabilizer on their cameras nowadays, right? This will make it even easier for you to hold on to that phone and make even smoother videos. Now, the reason why I think this is great is because I can take this off, and this actually fits in my pants pocket. And so I don't have to have a backpack to carry. I just put it inside my pants, right? I'm not selling you this. I'm showing you the convenience of what this is, right? And it's not the same. Now, here is me telling you the honest truth. All right, I don't like one thing on this, that it doesn't go 360. It doesn't go around 360. I feel like I'm selling something here. I feel like I'm selling something. It doesn't go 360, but, I mean, it's so cheap. I mean, it's like $63. You know, comparing to, higher end gimbals, like if you're willing to spend more money, you can go and buy those products. But this one, I can tell you, it comes with a really good software that allows you to zoom in on your phone, even though there is no zooming capabilities on the phone. It does a digital zooming on it. You can record with signals, with hands, and all this stuff. And, it's very inexpensive, $63, fits in your pocket. And you're going to get a lot of benefit from it. See, to me, that's not selling. I'm telling you what I find the benefit of it, and I'm not forcing you to buy it, right? They used to tell me when I used to lease apartments, they used to say, okay, this is how I want you guys to do this. And they gave us points to convince people, to rent the apartment, even if we didn't like it, right? And they always said, before you finish that tour, showing that apartment, you got to ask for the deposit right there. You got to close it in. You got to close it. You know how many times I did that? Not once. And I was still the best leasing agent for the company. That was so good, they almost made me a manager. Almost. But the manager didn't like me. It was female preferences. Or if I was gay, I would have had the chance. But, man, DEI is wonderful for everybody. Right. Anywho, uh, I feel like everything that we say, if it's true, just say it. I don't have to lie to you. I don't have to, put any frosting on it for you to buy something. If I tell you this mechanic is great, it's because that's my experience, right? I always believe that the best tool for promoting is always, what do you guys call it? Oh my gosh, I'm thinking in Spanish. Is referrals, right? I provide a good service for you. You're gonna refer me. If you like my content, if you like the way that my opinion, the way I judge some stuff that I see, then you're gonna share my videos. You're gonna like my videos. You're gonna subscribe. You're gonna become member, etc. I mean, those kind of things is what's gonna happen if you enjoy my content, right? I'm not here to pick a fight with anybody, and maybe that makes it boring for a lot of people. But I have in mind that a lot of my audience is not just young people, but I have a lot of older persons, that they don't want all this crazy yelling all the time. And even though I do get very passionate about some things, if you're putting comments on here, I'm trying to stay on point on what I'm telling you. And so the only time that I will actually force myself to take a pause is if you have a super chat on there, because I appreciate the support. And I know that you're using your monetary, which is something that you hardly earned, and you are sharing some of that with me. So I make the time to stop. Okay, so if you're asking a bunch of questions right now is not the open question time. I will tell you when there's open question time, and I will even probably allow you to give me a call so that we can talk over the phone. Okay, but that's the way that it works. So everybody else that's in here, my patrons already know. So thank you all for the love and the support as well. We need to make sure that we understand how tariffs are being used. And I believe that everything that happens, I have to think about every type of situation of what can go wrong. And everything that Trump has done, it's something that I would do. Not that I would be the genius to say, oh, yeah, let's bring tariffs back, even though he's been talking about it since the 80s. Everybody talks about doing it, but nobody has the balls to do it. Oh, our economy is going to go down. Oh, this is going to happen. And the Great Recession is coming back. And bull crap. That fear mongering is bull crap. Do you know that making investments and risky decisions is how you create wealth sometimes? Do you know, excuse me, do you know why rich people are rich and you're still poor? How my nose itches. Because they take risks. They invest. A lot of poor people, they hate the rich because they're rich, but they don't know what it takes to get there. Oh, well, their mommy and daddy gave them the money. Well, how did they get it? Well, their mom and daddy got it. Well, how did they get it? Somebody had to make an investment. How about this? How about you become a, thanks for joining, Trumper. Appreciate you. I say, how about you become that mom and daddy for your grandkids? That way they can inherit money from you. You got to think about it. And if you're middle class, well, you got some room to brag a little bit, because now you're actually paying taxes. When you're poor, you don't really pay taxes. You get more money than what they actually take out of your check. Let's be honest. So middle class, you might just be paying taxes now. Okay. Now rich people, they pay millions of dollars in taxes, and we know this, right? So what the tariffs are doing is a big negotiating tool. Everybody knows this. Everybody talks about it, and I can tell you this: you and I can argue until we're blue in the face, but when it comes down to it, as they say, at the end of the day, take a look at what's happening in our country. I have seen many visitors coming into the White House. I have seen many visitors. Give me a second here. Let's see. Sorry, I had to look something up real quick. Okay, I wanted to look up at a fact sheet from our governments, from the White House press. And we're going to read some of them. I'm telling you, today we're going to go a long time. So if you got to go, you got to go. I get it, but you're going to miss out on some information. All right. With that being said, tariffs have been put in place, and we have seen the big change of people coming to the table to negotiate. I said this, and a lot of you patriots out there actually gave me like thousands and thousands of comments and views on this particular video. Not like huge millions, but like 20, 30,000, I think, something like that. And and a lot of people agree, and some didn't. But I mentioned that these tariffs were not going to bring a recession, and that we were actually going to make some money out of it, even though I didn't come up with that idea. That was President Trump. And at the same time, people were just on the left side. They were going crazy. The economy is going to crash. Oh, everything is lost. And then we started seeing Canada. Oh, yeah, you remember, what a dumbass. He would have been prime minister right now of Canada. Pierre, I don't know what the hell was his name. You guys know what I'm talking about. He was running for office in Canada. And then when President Donald Trump mentioned the Cool Cat Rene, good morning, brother. Good to see you, my friend. He took the socialist side. He took the leftist side, and he lost. He lost. A lot of conservatives were going to vote for him, and a lot of leftist people were going to go to him. Because everything that he was doing, he was shutting down the press. He was shutting down the lies. He was not hiding anything. He was telling the truth, etc. And, he lost the race. And then you have Carney. Carney was the guy that was advising Trudeau. Man, guys, if there is a person in this world, I'm going to tell you, I'm sorry about this, but if there was a person in this world that I don't know, maybe some of you guys feel the same way about me. But if there's a guy that I want to punch in the face just looking at him, it's Trudeau. Oh my God, I don't know, guys. I don't know. Maybe it just brings back memories from when I was a kid. He looks like this guy that I beat up. Yes, I was a poor child, and he actually was middle class. His mom had a lot of money, and she was also a teacher in the school. I beat him up because he was beating up on a girl. Let's just be clear. I was defending somebody. And I beat him up, and his mom, the teacher, Mrs. Sonia, she she saw me on top of her son as I was punching him, grabs me by the hair, picks me up, and she says, "What are you doing to my son?" And I say, "Well, he was beating up on a girl, and I don't allow that." And she lets me go, and then she grabs her son by the hair and takes him all the way home, pulled by the hair. All right? So that's my story. Paul Vier. Thank you, Robert. Thank you. I appreciate it. Paul Vier. Yeah. Merci beaucoup, monsieur. I don't know. I don't remember. I'm not really good with names. But yes. Yes, Vet, he was a douche. I mean, Silver Fox says Paul Vier was a douche. And Silver Fox is a beta. But we're not going to complain about that. But anyway, so Carney, Canada, all Canadians, United States of America, Trump, he's a dictator, he's a tyrant. Oh, how dare you? How dare you put tariffs on us? And my question back to Canadians was, how dare you charge us over 100% on our exporting goods into Canada? How dare you make money off of us and not allow us to have fair trading? How dare you, Canadians? Now, let's be clear, I love Canadians, but I'm just trying to make a point. We're fighting here. And then we go to Mexico. Well, as President Trump will say, Mexico will pay for that wall. Oh, I got beef. I'm not paying shit to the United States of America, said Fox from Mexico. Well, here are some tariffs for you. And it's not for the wall, but I mean, it was going to be. I need more hot water for my coffee. So, Trinity, I'm going to be going for hours this morning. I might not do the noon live because I'm going to be in here for hours. But I will do the afternoon, of course. And so Mexico says, wait, tariffs on us? Ha! We are not going to trade with you either. You know what? We're going to stop trading with you. And then the Mexican president is like, oh, shit, I got to get all this fentanyl across that I got from China. Oh, no, we can't keep that here in Mexico. It's going to kill our people. Let it kill the American people. They're stupid enough to let us in there for free without any borders. And and so, I mean, I'm trying not to laugh. I'm trying to stay serious here. And this is why I get that little wrinkle right here. It looks angry all the time. That's the reason. And so we had 21 million illegal immigrants total because of the, I don't know, what was it, 10, 15 million illegals that came across during the Biden administration, telling them, hey, come here. We got free benefits for you. Free health care, free food stamps. Matter of fact, we'll put you in a nice hotel here. Hey, F the Americans. You guys are special. We'll give you guys food and housing and give you some cash until you can make it in this country. Don't worry about that. F the Americans. Forget about those guys. You don't even have to speak English. Just come over, all right? So that was the plan for some of the idiot Democrat governors and senators in the states here. But Mexico was okay with it. We said, okay, well, you know what? Now we're going to go ahead and raise some more tariffs on you. And then we go and raise tariffs throughout the whole world, and everybody was like, oh, President Trump, curse him. And then the next thing you know, Mr. President, I would like to come over to the Oval Office, to the White House, and let's make a deal, right? Like, come on, I was just joking. I was just, oh, vet, you are a beta, and you are not going to spam my chat. Trinity, block him. You have earned my disrespect, you old fool. But stop spamming, you fool. That doesn't make you smarter by doing that. Just so you know. I will say this. A lot of these countries talk so much shit about President Donald Trump. And you guys are my witness because even the legacy media, they couldn't help themselves. They just couldn't help themselves. They saw an opportunity to smear, thank you, Trina. They saw an opportunity to smear President Trump by showing, oh my God, I love this. This is so awesome. I like Hannibal from the A-Team used to say, I love it when a plan comes together. Oh my goodness, this is so true, and this is why I get excited about it. The legacy media, maybe Trump thought about this through the whole time. Maybe he's a lot smarter than I think. They smeared him so bad. The Union, NATO, everybody said nasty things about President Trump. Nasty. Just nasty. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, man, this legacy media is never going to learn. And President Trump kept hackling. President Trump kept just trolling them. Kept trolling them. And the media is like, yes. Now we're going to get those billions of dollars into our legacy media from the government because we are helping smear President Trump's reputation. We're going to make him look so bad that leftists will never, ever get out of their lie, that we're going to put him in so deeply in the lie that they will never come out of it. And, well, some Americans revolted. Some of us, here, how many of you guys have watched Matrix? I believe it was, what was it? Was it the first one? What was it? I don't want to confuse it, but it's one of the Matrix. Here we go. Do you guys remember when Neo was gonna go and fight the machines? And they're like, oh, Neo, he's the one, and everybody's like fighting and everything, and all of a sudden it's like, they killed him. And they're like, What? Wait a minute. What? They killed him. And then everybody just kind of gave up, and all of a sudden, things are sparking up, and the machines are breaking into the ship, and they're gonna kill the crew, and they're just ripping the metal apart, and they just and just zapping in there, and then the people just kind of like, what the hell? I thought he was the one. We were wrong. That's kind of how we were when all these countries were talking shit about President Trump and the tariffs. Like, we believe it. We still believe it, but we don't know why it's happening. Why is it happening? And so we're all just sitting there like, oh my God, did I make a mistake? Was I wrong about these tariffs? And you have all these machines, they're coming in and they're going to kill the crew. And then all of a sudden, boom, Neo comes back in spirit, has infiltrated the machine system, the Matrix, as a virus himself, and starts destroying the machine, exploding them everywhere. Machines falling to the ground, defeated, and everybody's like, what happened? We don't know what happened. Neo, he's alive, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so that's exactly how I feel about when Trump was being inundated with this smearing from all countries. And I'm sitting here like, Father, you put him in office. I trust in you, and I will continue to support. And so I kept vouching for him, and I kept pushing, and I'm like, nope, tariffs is a good thing. Till this day, it's still a good thing. And I kept supporting him and supporting him. And then we see the first people that come into the White House to negotiate with me, you'll get a better deal than anybody else. Oh, let me in. Oh, yeah, screw Spain. No Italy. Let me get in there first. Ah, everybody starts coming in from all over the world. All presidents, prime ministers, whatever. Everybody wants to come in and make a deal. Don't believe me? History is on my side. Go watch a lot of videos of all the people that have gone through the White House making deals, shaking hands and smiling with President Donald Trump. That's right. Eat your hearts out. And I started celebrating again that it was great. We don't need to change the Constitution. I think it's great. What we need to change is the way that people have interpreted, specifically the part where all of the world thinks that the American Constitution is for them. It's called the American Constitution for we the people, and that means American citizens, period. The stupidity of people, judges for that matter, that interpret all persons as a public world humanity thing. No, it's talking about American. Persons is a plural for a person, an American person. Listen, that's how I interpret it, and I believe that's the way that it should be. So if we need to change something, it's that understanding, that the Constitution is only for Americans. And let's be clear, the benefit is not for a visitor, it's for the host, it's for the American people. So when visitors come here, when they migrate here, they become residents, they need to respect our country and assimilate, period. There is no ands, or buts about it. Tariffs has been a great tool, and the President Donald Trump has been taking advantage of it. And that's another thing, Trumper. Birth citizenship rights, it's given, and the reason why it has to be mentioned was because black slaves that were free, even those people, they had no citizenship rights. And this is why it had to be included on there. Everybody has to be included on there. So we make sure that everybody is a citizen here. But the thing is that we're talking about illegal immigrants coming to this country after this nation has been founded, borders have been, rules have been put in place. The law is now a place that everybody needs to follow. It's like saying, hey, listen, I'm going to sell this for $10. $10, it's yours. Oh, wait a minute, I ran out of a product, but we have some new product. It's the same exact thing. but now it's $100. Do you know what happens to the people that pay $10? They only pay $10. The new price is for the new customer, for the new people. So all those migrants that were in this country before these rules were put in place, before these laws were put in place, all the people in there, they got lucky. They got the good deal, and their next generation has taken advantage of being American citizens. But if you are here illegally, number one, you have no rights. Any extension of you has no rights. This is why I'm against birthright citizenship from illegal parents. That's just not how it works for me. I know, maybe most people won't understand that, but, you know, I believe what I believe, and I'm going to continue to preach what I believe. But I find it very interesting that instead of supporting the legal migration process, like there is so many millions of Hispanics. What is the percentage of Hispanics? 17%? I can't remember. That was a long time percentage that I remember that are actually legal, Latinos in here. There is a lot of Chinese illegal people in this country as well, and they have been finding that they have been infiltrating our government. And I am sorry, guys, but if you look somewhat Chinese and they ask you if you have connections to the Chinese Communist Party, don't get offended. It is what it is, and I'm going to say something right now that a lot of people are not going to like, but I believe that even you Asian people don't even know how to freaking tell which country your people are from. And that's just the truth. It's not even a joke. It's the truth. If I ask Koreans to tell me who is Korean and who's Japanese or who is Chinese, they have no freaking clue. They got no idea. Some you can say, no, it's very obvious. I can tell. No, nobody can tell. When you look at black people in here, you say, is that an American? Well, I can't tell. Well, no, because we're from all over. We're mutts. We're mixed everywhere. So if there's a resemblance on there, stop playing the victimhood card. Stop being, oh, they're being prejudiced. Oh, they're being no. Things need to be followed to the T. And that is our law. If we have to question people, hey, do you have any ties to this? No. Do you have any ties to that? Well, why are you asking me? Because I'm Chinese? Maybe. But that's not the point. The question is still valid. Do you remember what was that Chinese, I think she was Chinese, right? The press, the reporter that that asked President Trump a question. He said something about her, I don't know, about her accent. I don't know if it was Trump or not. I can't remember no more. But I will tell you this. Jim Carrey was up on stage, and there was this Asian girl talking shit to him or something like that. And he yelled back at her, and he says, I'm sorry. He said something, I can't hear you, but I noticed there is a delay in your voice. I think that's what he said. I might be butchering the line, but it was hella funny because you know that we have a lot of subbing in a lot of international movies, okay? But, you know, this whole tariff thing that people just seem to overlook, you know, like the crazy vet in here telling me that I'm a liar, you know, I'm a sellout, or whatever. Hey, listen, whatever you want to say, that's fine. Let me see. Arlen 503 said he's born in Honduras and now thinks he's American. What a clown. Arlen. I was going to make an accent, but I'm horrible at accents. For fuck's sakes, man. What are you talking about? Let's see then. Why did this clown leave Honduras? That's a fair question. I am a clown, so I will give you that. He said he can't read English. I can't read your name. Popionus. Look at that. I can't read English, I think. Richard is a sellout, he says. Better. God bless you. God bless your soul, guys. God bless your soul. Let's see. Cutting Edge, welcome, my friend. Cutting Edge in the house. Look at the spot price for the U.S. gold reserve. Its value was estimated in the 1940s, but I think President Roosevelt only $200 billion. I don't know cutting edge. I don't know much about gold or metal values, to be honest. I never really look into it. But it's very hard. Let me finish the other comment. If you were to evaluate it now, it would be worth trillions. Buy gold and silver. Who knows what will happen in a few months? I have seen, we'll get back to tariffs, but I have seen some commercials and some of the other content creators that have been sponsored by, companies that buy gold or collect or save or whatever they do. And it's very interesting, but, it's a hard thing to sell to people on the lower end of the income. And I think that a lot of the people that probably watch my channel are on the lower end of the income. I think, I don't know, I might be wrong. Maybe there's middle class and rich people in these chats. I don't know. But I do know that there is a few of you guys that come in here or that are not even in here today, but patriots and Latinos like Berniel. If you see him in here, he comes in and says hello to all the patriots. He has supported my channel. He's not a official sponsor. I don't have sponsors for this channel, but the support is there, and I appreciate it. It gives me hope that we can continue to do this for a very long time. And it's not about Trump. I know right now we think it's all Trump, Trump, Trump. It's not about Trump. It's about American values. It's about America first. And a lot of people don't understand what that means. They're like, well, if America's first, what are we doing in Iran? What are we doing here? What are we doing with Argentina? What are we doing in Venezuela? Because you don't understand what it means to be America first, okay? There's a lot of big differences between the last administration, the administration prior to Trump's first administration, and it's a whole different ballgame. Even Trump 2.0 is doing better than Trump 1.0. I'm going to tell you that right now. So, with that being said, yes, American values, American first. Constitution belongs to the American citizens. You have the rights of the American people, which belongs to the American people, does not belong to visitors, does not belong to foreign aid students. It doesn't belong to anybody in this country except for American citizens. Maybe we'll throw some green card holders in there, but it's really for American citizens, okay? People don't understand that. I wish that the Supreme Court had smarter and wiser people in there. These people look so slow. They know some law. They know more law than any of us in this chat. But they're just like a bunch of vultures. Is that what you guys call them? Vultures. Oh, vultures. That's the one. Vultures. I only know that. I never use that word in English, but in Spanish we call them buitres. Like the condors. Yeah. Anyway, so I think they're too slow. I don't think they don't think about today's and age and back in history. They don't put two things together. They stick to one side of history, and this is how they keep judging. And I am not like that. I have to look at everything all at once. And sometimes it's a good thing, and sometimes it's not, because it does overwhelm you with the information that you can gather from all that. But nonetheless, I think that okay. So Papayas, I'll give you this. I say this many times, and I probably say this on every. Vulture. Thank you. I say it every time. This country is about 67% Christian. I'm not going to say that Christianity is the best religion, because the religion sucks. Now, if you believe in the Bible, in the gospel of Jesus Christ, that is good. And I know people categorize it as Christianity, but there's more than that. Kind of like, you guys remember the movie Avatar, right? The blue people, right? I see you. And they're like, no, it's not just that I see you, I see into you. That's kind of how you have to look at Christianity, because now you have lesbians, gays being pastors, fathers, bishops, and that goes totally against what God's commandments are, against God's rules for us humans. They are not to be in those positions, but yet they call themselves Christians. there is a lot of black gospel Christians that they call themselves Christians, and yet they are hateful towards white people. There's a lot of white people out there that call themselves Christians, and yet they are so hateful towards black people. And, so there's denominations, there's Methodists, there is Adventists, Catholics, Roman Catholics, Pentecostals, Baptists, triangular evangelicals, prophetics. There's a lot. So when I say Christianity, it doesn't really truly mean the best thing. But the only thing that I care about is that we believe in God, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And this is the Christianity that I believe in. The Holy Trinity, my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, is the Son of God. And the Holy Spirit, which is the one that was given to us by Christ when he went back up to heaven to be with the Father. And the Holy Spirit, even though they're all one, the Holy Spirit is what helps us try to stay away from evil. It's the Holy Spirit that we count on to help our anger come down. And we lose it, and if we are living in sin, it's harder for us to come out of bad situations. If we don't allow for the Holy Spirit to communicate for us or to give us strength or to continue to go forward, we're just going to lose ourselves. And so there you go. And there's hateful Christians and there's loving Christians. But if there's one thing that we do appreciate about Christianity, no matter what denomination, is that we are not trying to kill people. We are not telling people that if you don't believe in Christianity, we're going to kill you. We're not going to be telling people that if you commit a sin against your brother, we're going to use Sharia law and you're going to be beaten in public. You're going to be very harshly beaten in public. See, we don't do that. Other religions do that stuff, and you guys know what I'm talking about. Okay, but it's not just pertaining to that religion. There's other sorts of religions that are, because we have the freedom of religion, they get to practice it, but that doesn't mean that that is the best religion for us to follow. With that being said, salud, my friends. Stay thirsty. Coffee is life. I'm about to get my second refill. Yeah, still hot. Good. And so we go back to tariffs. Thank you for that question. I mean, I'm sorry. Sometimes I feel like I do have to deviate. Thank you, Trumper. I appreciate you. I didn't see that yet. Brian, thank you, sir. Let's see. Bupayana says, I'm glad we agreed on that, says Trinity. Trump's relationship with God is his business. He's reversing the war against parents and children. Yep. And I will point out one more thing about Trump on the religious side. To have faith in God is not easy. It's not just saying, I believe in God. When you say that, you have to fear God as well. If you have no fear for God, then you probably don't even have true faith. Okay? And I'm going to tell you something that, and this is why I, it might be, John. It might be. I mean, let's not forget that the Chinese worship the old snake, the devil. The old dragon, that's the old snake, my friend. But we're not going to touch that. Who knows? Maybe. I am going to be here for hours, so we might touch it up later. Here is, yes, Cray, I believe there is tariffs on every single country right now. I don't know the percentage, though, but we could look it up in a bit. Now, with these tariffs, everybody was making a ridicule of President Trump. No. First, I'm going to finish my Trump story. It's not easy to have faith in God. Most people say they believe in God, but they don't fear God. Therefore, they don't really believe that he exists. Otherwise, they will have fear for him. President Donald Trump has done so many things that, for our country, for the world, for Israel, that I would call him by his fruits of what he's doing right now, what he stands for. I would call him a Christian right now. Whether he's saved or not, that's between him and our God. Right? That's between him and his God. So the other thing that I will point out about President Trump, we can go crazy and just make the world fear us. And we can use all these resources and we can take out China, we can take out Russia, and then we're going to use billions, if not trillions of dollars on a war. We're going to lose a lot of American lives. And it's funny, right? When we say we're going to lose a lot of American lives, nobody thinks, oh no, white people are dying. No, everybody dies. That's when everybody is the same people. That's very interesting. But when it becomes a benefit, when we say the United States of America, people automatically think white people. I don't know why that is, but there it is. And so Trump says, no, I don't want lives to be lost. I'd rather have countries making deals, being prosperous, living peaceful, and everybody has the same chance or right, or the same right. I'm sorry, to pursue happiness. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what he wants. And so by those actions, and then the last one is this: I don't know if I'm going to be able to go into heaven. I don't know if what I've done is enough. I don't know if it's done. If I've done enough. He accepted Jesus Christ as his Lord and Savior, as far as I know. And he has allowed for a lot of believers to pray for him. We pray for him. And I give him credit for that. I give him credit for that. I think you're giving clues about yourself. Anthony, 100%. I think the same way that he does. Absolutely. It is obvious that you think the same as the leftists, the tards, that are trying to destroy our country. So that's your choice. I will support people by their actions and not by their words. So that's where I'm at with that. Oh shit! I gotta pay the internet before it gets cut off. I just got a message. What? All right. The tariffs. A lot of people that smeared and talk shit about President Donald Trump. He talked crap about them as well. And the difference is President Trump is not tough because he's the toughest guy. It's like me, I'm not a sales guy because I'm the best sales guy. But he believes what he believes, and he knows that this is better for our country and for other countries, and therefore puts America first. And when he puts America first, other countries benefit as well. It's the same way with me. I'm not a sales guy, but I've always had the best numbers in sales. Go figure. And only because I say what I believe. And if I don't believe in something, I just wouldn't say it, period. With that being said, tariffs, boom, brought all these people that were smearing and saying nasty things about our country. They were laughing at us. We were the embarrassment of the world with Joe Biden. Man, that guy he literally pooped on the states. Not a meme like Trump. But, Chinese didn't respect us. And even till today, they don't want to give in all the way because he sees how the dumbass Americans fight against us. They fight us for when we want to fight for the benefit of the American people. They fight us. And so China sees that. Russia sees that. India sees that. All of our enemies see that. And all of our enemies take advantage of the rights that have been made for the American people. And the stupidity of some of you Americans out there that don't see that happening, there is no way for me to help you. There is no way that you are ever going to be enlightened or that you will ever see the truth. You are so narrow-minded. You're so closed-minded. You have been let your soul is your mind. You have let your soul get filled with corruption, darkness, with hate, with lies. That now when you see the truth in front of you, you think it's a lie. When you hear people fighting for justice for everybody, you think it's a lie. I love it when people bring the Bible and tell me, well, if you're a Christian, you're supposed to allow all people. No. I explained myself very, very many times, and I think it was very good. We have laws to maintain order in our country. If we don't protect our property, in this case our land, in this case our nation, in this case our country, others will come in and ravage it, rape it, and pillage it. We need to defend ourselves. Have you not learned any history? Have you not heard of the Vikings? How they came to America and they raped our women, our indigenous women? They pillaged and they did all this stuff. Have you forgotten about that? This is why we have a legal immigration system. We have that to protect our people, to protect our country. Bad shit has happened in this country. And that's why we have laws to follow. Immigration, number one. Oh, somebody putting scriptures in here? Let's go. Let's see. Austin 3:16. Don't trust Timo. How about Alabama? Alabama is the one that I don't trust right now. But we have these borders for a reason. Nobody's going to come in here and rape our women. Nobody's going to come in here and pillage. They do because they get through. But that's even more reason for us to support our president, the administration, to secure our borders. 100%. How can you not learn from history? It is obvious. What is the most basic thing, the main thing that people say? Let's talk about China. Why is China so broke? And yet they are just rich. Well, the government is rich. The government is powerful. They got money. But most of their citizens are living in shitholes. They have no rights. They don't have the right to speak freely like we do here. They don't do as well. Why? Overpopulated. Over 1.4 billion people live in China and about the same amount in India. I might have those reversed. But there's over 1 billion people in each country, India and China. Over 1 billion. What happens to their coin? Way down. Why? Population is way overpopulated. Too much. All resources have to be used all the time. You got to kill hundreds of thousands of cows to be able to feed a big population. You got to be able to sustain the multiplication of humans in your country. People at some point here in the United States were saying, hey, stop making babies. It's messing up our economy. You guys are multiplying too fast. Slow your roll. Hey, no, use condoms. You preserve it. Come on. Too much. Why? Because there is a balance of reproduction in humanity and the resources that we're making. In order for a country, or in this case, in order for every city and state to grow, you got to have some sort of foundation. Here in Seattle, we have big buildings. A lot of them are empty. It is what it is. But why? Big corporations have left us. Boeing has left us before, came back, and now they're threatening to go somewhere else. But they know that it's another blue state, and they also fail in those states because of the same circumstances. You got to take a look at how inflation works. Why do we have inflation? Well, for number one, when we overtax our people in the local government, they have less money to buy supplies for themselves, to feed their children. There is a level that you cannot go above, otherwise you don't qualify for food stamps. Now, I'm going to tell you, there is a budget that used to be for just citizens and residents. There was a budget, and I can tell you right now, in the 90s, a lot of that money didn't even get used. Hi, Cheryl. Good morning. I see you. Let freedom. You remember that I paid child support for 22 and a half years. That's right. And that is my testimony, my friend, that I was responsible. Doesn't mean that I didn't make a mistake, but I was responsible. Now, they're threatening to actually get rid of EBT. It's overused. There's not enough money. Now, what would you think would cost that? What do you think would cost that? EBT. Food resources are being depleted a lot faster than we can make it. A lot of people make the argument and say, "Whoa, illegal immigrants, they do so much for the economy." Really? Because after 21 million illegal immigrants, I haven't seen the economy but to go down. The economy looks like shit. So tell me how 21 million illegal immigrants are making our economy better. Argue me with that. Change my mind. Mass illegal migration destroys countries. Guys, I'll let you marinate on that question. Because I got to refill my coffee. I know it's not the coffee that I want, but it is the taster's choice. I wish it was a little bit darker, but this will do. See how much love I show for you guys? Today I'm going to actually have a long morning live. God bless America. Get my water. Oh. How many of you actually smell the coffee when you pour the hot water in it? Oh no, I'm spoiled. Today I actually got a creamer. Favorite flavor is French vanilla with zero sugar. Now, that's probably a lie because it tastes sweet. Who knows? So I dedicate this cup of coffee to you, my fellow friends and Americans. You know what? This is weird. I don't know why, but how come that I am a migrant that became an American citizen, and I love this country more than a lot of people that were born in this country? Ken in the house. Good morning, brother. Good to see you. I might see all of my subscribers today. Maybe 30s, 40s, 50s, maybe 100, whenever it happens. But we're going to stay live as long as they allow us to stay live. I'm not sure if there is a limit of time that I can stay live on YouTube, but Trinity, blasphemy. Hey, I said what I said. Oh no, it's still strong. It's still strong, sister. It's still very strong. Trust me. I like strong coffee. I might have to block Trinity for the blasphemy. Oh man! But isn't it wonderful that? Well, that's not wonderful, but I still don't understand why people don't see what tariffs are doing for our country. All right, so now we talk about the smearing, the lie. We talk about people coming in to make a deal. Trump said whoever comes here first will get a better deal, etc. Okay, so now we're going to talk about, okay, how is that actually affecting us now? Now, we know China's been taking advantage of us, etc., okay? But we also know that China is suffering economically. And this is what they call an economic war. There's a trading war. We had this before in the past. You remember? Some of you guys probably know this already. EBT coffee tastes like I've always paid for mines. What does their sides I don't know what that means, stats. I don't know, man. I don't know. I bought this at Costco, so it is. Wait, no. Because I was feeling lazy, I actually ordered these on Amazon. But it is what's it called? It's Nescafe, Taster's Choice. All right. And so now we have here, it's 12:30. Oh, okay, so he's 3 hours ahead of me. It's 9:34 over here. We've been out for like 2 hours or something already. Yeah, 2 hours, 10 minutes. We got a long ways to go, my friend. I'm going to say goodbye to a lot of people in here before I get off. So I won't have a second time live, but you know what? Let's put a pause on the tariffs, and then we'll talk about those tariffs of what it's doing to our local economy. I know you guys follow me. You guys know what I'm talking about. But here's a couple of things that I'm going to read for you. Now, this is, I don't know if you guys go and visit the page, but this is from the White House, the government page. Government shutdown for 21 days, 12 hours, and 35 minutes. And guess who's still getting paid? Congress. Guess who still has their health benefits? Congress. Not you. They say, "Oh my God, Congress, you guys are gonna lose a lot of benefits to people that need it." And the Democrat Congress, their answer is, "That is a sacrifice we're willing to make." It's a sacrifice that they're making, guys. Yeah, they're suffering. They're suffering with us, right there, right with us. Here's the first fact. President Donald Trump closes billion-dollar deals with Australia. That's the most recent one, and I like it. Cutting Edge says over 40 millions of people get into EBT cards. If we get them out, we can save almost 100. Wow. Hey, man, I like that. That was very well put in there, sir. What the hell is where's my chat? There you are. Oh, what the hell? This I never commented on this. I guess I never said, let's see. The question was, sorry, Cutting Edge. I didn't send this message earlier, apparently. Let's see. Why does President Donald Trump wants to decorate the White House? And I asked, why do we decorate our houses? And this was the answer that I put on there that I was going to tell you. Thank you, Cutting Edge. Appreciate that super chat. Trinity Dennis will be back around 7:30 p.m. tonight, though. So subscribers, subscribe and click the bell. Please don't forget to hit the like button. Thank you, Trinity. I appreciate that. I did notice that some people were telling me that they were putting comments on there. And I had this guy, John, send me an email. I said, email me what you're trying to put on there. And you know what he was trying to put on there, Trinity, that they kept blocking? And I couldn't see it. I don't know if anybody else could have seen it. But he put in there Democrats' favorite tool, it's fear-mongering. And it wouldn't put it on there. I have to go and grab that from the email, type it in, and it came through. And he says, yes, that's what I was trying to put on there. And, well, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? It's something, yeah. So I went through the settings for the chat, and I took every restriction off. So anybody should be able to say anything. And those who, just cross the line, then we'll just block. But yeah, it just never showed. Never. And he said he typed it in like 4 times. And I was like, boy, you're not blocked. I was like, no, somebody is not blocked because, see, I'm typing this for you right now. And you can see it. But I wasn't able to see the comment that he emailed me. Assuming there's a he because of the name. But he sent me the email. And, yeah, it sucks. Thanks, Stats. Hey, a quick question. What the hell is the jewels for? What is that? I don't know what the jewels are for. I really don't know what they are, guys. That's horrible, right? That's horrible. Well, it's just in all honesty, guys, if I make any money on this channel, Of course, it helped me pay bills. I got to pay the internet. I just got the message. I got to pay for my cell phone. So this is work, and I'm willing to do it because I love doing it. So I am very privileged to be able to do this, and I thank you guys for your support. I love to see a lot of blues and greens on there because I know that you guys are my members, and I appreciate it. And also, if you have something, you guys have my email. If you have any ideas of something that you want to see, I am more than willing to do it for just the members only. Okay. So Stats, thank you for the 10 jewels. Appreciate that love. And let's see. We're reading fact sheets. Did I miss anything that I was saying before? All right. Let's go to this. Australia. It is. I just got done talking about China. Now, a lot of people are like, local business owners are the ones that have this question. Colin is one of them. That he said that tariffs were affecting him. I think last night I mentioned that there is small business owners here that are trying to make some hot sauce that everybody, they say, swears is the best hot sauce, the best flavor, etc. And they're trying to buy import bottles for their hot sauce from China, and because the whole tariff thing, well, now it's going to be way too expensive, and they won't be able to sell it. Well, Tabasco sauce, I guess it gets done here in the States. It gets bottled here in the States. I mean, the bottles are pretty simple, right? I don't know where Tapatio is made, but I got a bottle of Tapatio. And it's just like I don't eat hot sauce too much because of I don't like the heartburn, but I do like flavor hot sauce. Some hot sauce, they don't have no flavor. It's just burning your mouth, but you don't know what the hell just happened. It's on fire, but you can't tell why. What was in it? There's no flavor. And so I like those investment ideas. I like those things, but they were trying to spend. Trying to get the fanciest bottles, like the bottle is going to be some type of collection for the people that buy hot sauce. When I'm done with my hot sauce, I throw that shit in the garbage. I ain't keeping no bottles. You know what I mean? Not everybody's going to be whatchamacallit, what's the word, guys? Collector. Jeez. Tickle says, congrats, Dennis, you're getting hella Modelos. Oh, well, I appreciate those as well. Though I haven't drank them for a long time, if that's what you're talking about. I haven't drank beer in a long time. I think, last time I drank, I think it was last Christmas party for our company. So there you go. Maybe this Christmas party, since the wife still works at the company, I might go over there and have a few drinks on you guys. Well, not on you because you're not paying, but for you, in your honor. There you go. Seahawks, let's go, what? Crack and smack. Losing field goals? I don't know what that means. Okay. Seahawks is the football team for my city, so I have to show some support. Plus, I paid $115 for this years ago. I'm going to wear it until I cannot wear it anymore. Ken likes the Frank's Red Hot. Woo! Southern people like hot sauce. I was looking at some of the history in there, and there was a lot of hot peppers that were introduced to the southern states, to blacks. I believe some Native Americans used to use some of the hot peppers for like injuries, like cuts and things like that. I don't know about that, but that's what they say. We're not using it for that, I'll tell you that, unless it is proven that is right. Who knows? Pagan, Texas, how are you, my friend? It's good to see you. Saludos. My people pretty much sums up where you're from. What? I don't know this guy. Man, Anthony, bro, I've been trying to give you a chance for what? How long has it been now? Over a month? I just, come on, man. Get with the program, my friend. You can do it. Ghost peppers. All right, fine. I think we can talk some stories. We continue to do the fact sheets. We'll continue. We have plenty of time for that. All right. When I moved from L.A., Fullerton, California, to be exact, I moved to Sacramento because my Mexican best friend had bought a house, and his brothers had bought a house. Now their father and mother, they got a franchise for this Mexican restaurant. Now, oh man, that's so awesome. First, let me give them some credit. When we live here, we live in the same apartment community, okay? And then they moved out to a trailer park community. And it was a nice big trailer. I mean, it's like it was a 3 bedroom, 4 bedroom, one for each of the kids, one for the father and the mother, and they had a nice spot to park their cars, which was 2 cars. Then years went by, blah blah blah. They moved. They moved to Sacramento, and they bought a franchise for a Mexican restaurant. And this is they live in Folsom, California, and then the restaurant is in, I believe it's called Placerville. I think it was Placerville. And the mom and the dad, they got their own house, huge house, guys, huge. And then the sons, 2 of the brothers got a house together, and then my best friend also got a house. And so I was going to come and move in with him because he was going to divorce his wife. Sad story, but at the end of the day, I went and worked with their dad, and I said, "Well, I never done waiting, being a server." And he's like, "Well, first you can start as a as a host." And I said, "Sure, anything, right? Whatever. It's not paying me what I made before, but I've always believed that if you work and you do honest working, you earn money the honest way. That is not anything to be embarrassed or shamed for. Okay, so I was like, yeah, sure, I'll host." And then I would just like, "Oh, buenos dias, bienvenidos, welcome to the Casa Ramos, blah, 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 and boom, like, what do you like? Would you like some coffee, some margaritas, what's como están amigos, and I would try to make people laugh. People felt like they really came into an authentic Mexican restaurant, because when they look at me and they hear me speaking Spanish, they don't know the difference. They think we're all Mexicans, just like we think that all Asians look alike, I guess. I don't know, something like that. But he said, "No, you're pretty good." He's like, "Well, why don't you come into the kitchen with me?" And I'm the father, right, the owner. He said, "Well, come into the kitchen." And he says, "I want you to take this menu home, and I want you to memorize it." And I said, "I know the menu already." Hello, I said, I've been eating at Azteca for many years. And I said, "I know what the Mexican food has." And he's like, "Oh, yeah? Well, let's see." And he's like, "What does the macho burrito has?" And I started explaining, and he's like, "Okay, what does the seafood enchilada have? Oh, what about the seafood chimichanga and all this stuff?" I was like, "Okay, I don't remember that one." And he's like, "Learn the menu, and then we'll see what happens." And he said, "But first, I want you to learn how to call the plates out, right?" And so there's the orders being made, the cooks are cooking it, blah, blah, blah. Long story short, I ended up becoming a server within 2 weeks of getting hired. Yes, there was some white people that were servers that were very jealous of me because, one, I spoke Spanish and people loved me. I will tell you something right now. I don't know why, but I appreciate it. Every single customer that I had left that restaurant so happy. Was it because I gave them more attention than some? Perhaps. But I treated them as if that is my restaurant and you're coming to eat in my house. I don't get to eat with you. I get to serve you. A slave, some will call it. But I call it serving. And I enjoy doing it. I got the biggest tips than anybody else in that restaurant. And these were people that have been there for years. I just started working there. What's crazy is they gave me these 3 tables that makes no money. Well, 4 tables makes no money because only it's like 2 to 4 people, and you need like 5 people in order to automatic put gratuity in it, right? This is back then, guys, 2009. And you know what? Even with the little tables, I still, for some reason, guys, I made more tips than the people that had 15 guest size tables. They were eating, they were, drinking, etc. I would still make more money than those people. And so the owner says, Dennis, he says, you're wasting your time. I'm going to put you at this table. And they swap me out with this girl. It's a white American girl. And they gave me her table of 10. And I was like, well, sure, yeah, no problem. Man, the table, the side where I was, this is like within a few months, everybody wanted to sit on my side table. And when they will come in, he's like, oh, is Dennis working in? And then Trinity says the dimples. Perhaps. Is Dennis in? He's, oh, yeah, but he's over. Okay, well, can I go sit over there with his table? He's like, well, he's got the big table. He's like, it's okay. I want to go sit over there on his side. And he's like, wow. Anyway, so I go in. I get very popular with the restaurant. I actually loved it. I really, really loved it. I'm going to tell you something. It was nice. Carlos Mejia, don't hate. Don't hate, bro. Don't hate. It is the truth. The truth shall set you free. You know what the nicest thing about working as a server was? That the only tips, and maybe this was bad from me, but the only tips that I really that reported as income tax was the tips that were paid with credit cards. Cash, that never existed. I felt like an illegal Mexican working under the table. I don't know, guys. All I know is that I always had at least $60 cash in my pocket daily. Daily. That's minimum 60. And the weekends, it was 300. It's like I was working at a strip joint or something, Friday and Saturday, I'm telling you, like this, just counting. Of course, a lot of dollar bills, right? Ones, twos, fives. And the best thing is this. This was the blessing that I always felt. That there was parties that will come in and I would sell a lot of liquor, a lot of margaritas. I don't come in here and I always, I didn't come and tell people, hey, would you like some more water? No, hey, would you like another Modelo? Would you like another Corona? Hey, did you want the Cadillac margarita? Oh, yeah, did you want that? I always, and it was a lot of liquor. There was so many times that I would go and tell people when they pay me, and they will drop like an extra $60 to a $70 tip. And I said, oh, no, it's okay. I said, it's already in there. He says, we know, but we love the way you treated us. We had such an amazing time. And of course, this was like, a lot of times it was like business, people that will come in and have dinner, and they will bless me that way. And man, that was amazing. I loved it. I'll tell you that so many people blessed me so much in that job that sometimes I thought about going back to do it. If it wasn't for the arthritis on my tailbone, I'd probably be doing some serving work because to me, it was very gratifying and satisfying. Oh, that's some good coffee. Sorry, Trinity. You don't like it, but I still like it. Let's see. What? Somebody supports ICE. That's new. Can someone call eyes on this man and see what happens? Oh, how sweet. Just for fun, just to see what happens. You know what, Trinity? I'm going to give these guys a little treat today. I hope that you guys enjoy this. I'm going to find a little video somebody called at Real Sheldon did for me. Now, don't be disappointed. You sec.
Let's kick it.
All right. So I'm not gonna give you the sound, unfortunately, because it demonetizes my video, and I need every dollar that I can get out of these videos. So you will forgive me for this one, but let me see if I can put this on here. Here we go. I hope you guys enjoy it. Here you go. I do this for Carlos Mejia, for all my illegal beaners, all my legal beaners, all my white beaners, all my American patriots. Get a laugh. I wish that I can play the music, but it got copyrighted last time I did this. And this is just to show you my love. and have a good time laughing at myself. All right, here you go. Ice, ice, baby. Ding, 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 ding. Boom, boom. Vanilla ice. Oh man, that was a guy that I think his name was at Real Sheldon. I think is what his name was. So there you go, my friend. If you want to know what happens when ice is called on me, that is what happens. Boy, I tell you, AI is crazy, right? I mean, to be honest, they smoothen my face a little bit better. I need like a 10 years, pulled back this way, being back to being in my 20s. That'd be nice. That'd be nice. Yeah, too much junk food. Somebody said it was too much. What did they say? Processed food, etc. Yeah. I'm going to tell you something, man. I don't hate people, man, that come in here and put negative comments. It's the whole that when they're racist and, they kind of go overboard, right? That's when I have a problem with it. But Victor says Dennis is a prime example of what it means to be American. Thanks, Victor. I appreciate that. Meldon in the house. Hell yeah. Good old days. Memories. Ice, ice, baby. My Navajo brother. God bless you and your family, man. Hey, I don't know if you got my shout out from that short video. That was for you and your people. For those of you that don't know why I say that Navajos are my family, a lot of you actually know why. When I first came to this country, I was sponsored by a Navajo family, and I spent my first year here with them. And, I felt right at home with them. I didn't speak English. It was really more like sign language. but I was loved by them. They treated me like one of them. And I think that's why I have my most feelings, my most love goes to Navajo tribe people. Because that's who I spend time with. That's who I got to know personally. So if it offends people that I say my Navajo people are my family and friends, it's too bad. Unless you're Navajo and you don't accept me, then you're not part of that group. But yeah, I thank everybody else for that. And also we have Heath. Heath Woods, when he's in here, I believe he is half Cherokee, I think is what he said. And then we have Trinity. I don't know if Trinity knows. We have somebody else. He's half Apache. Most of everybody nowadays, right, is mixed. It's very rare to find like 100% Native American, because everybody's mixed, guys. That's just the way it is. Yes, we support ICE 100%. Let's see. Let freedom. I think you're going to get deported from heaven by making those comments. But Charlie Kirk has a citizenship stamp on his spiritual passport, and I love it. Melody said, listening to you acting as though you were a gangsta waiter. I was pretty gangster, man. I was pretty gangster as a waiter, man. I was the best. No, I lied. I'm going to tell you who the best one was, but let me read this comment. Dude, I was getting $5 tips for water orders. What? Oh, I'm going to beat that one. Hold on. As a cocktail waitress, I made bank every shift. These designated drivers were great tippers. Melody, man, I respect you for doing that. It's people don't know how hard that job is. It's very hard, but it's very rewarding. Not just the tips or the pay, because the pay kind of sucks sometimes, but the satisfaction of people being thankful. Now, it comes with a lot of assholes too, but for the most part, you get all this gratitude from people, and just money is just icing on the cake, right? Because that's how you pay your bills. So my love and my respect for you, Melody. But I was pretty gangster. Here we go. I know you made $5 tips on selling water, but have you ever gotten $100 tip for selling one coffee? I don't think anybody can beat that. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. It is true though. I did get $100 tip on selling one coffee. That is true, but what I'm kidding about is that I was gangster server. I have mad respect for servers. As a matter of fact, I tip very well when I choose to go to a restaurant. I will say this: I am a very picky person, and if you don't do your job, you ain't getting shit from me. But that's how I know. You still get tip, but you know what I'm saying? It's not the same. I like to leave big tips for people when I go out to eat. One day I will be able to have the money to go out and support a lot more than what I have been doing in the past. All right, here we go. Let's see. Look, we got 30 people on here, and we're gonna continue for hours. So you guys that have to go, I understand. Those who can hang out, hang out. We're gonna do this for a little bit. Is today Wednesday or Tuesday? I forget what day it is. Let me see if I can pull this calendar up. Where's my phone? My phone will tell me. That's crazy. Belly button of the week. Most people know because you guys count days. Me, I just count hours, and I don't know what to do. Let's see. Melody says, try 2 jobs, full-time, college, a single mom. Oh, man. To 1 child, dude, I was gangster all around. Oh, Melody, I am going to up that. I am going to up that. Woo! Here we go. You ready for this? Here we go. Now, I know that people think that I make this shit up, but I don't. I do not make it up. It is the truth. Here you go, Melody. Stay with me. Here we go. My senior year in high school. Now, this is because I was stupid, but still, nonetheless, the hard work was put in. When I was a senior in high school, I made a mistake, so I think I did it. But I got my girlfriend pregnant. I love my firstborn son. I love him very much. Hopefully he never watches this video because he might not be mine. That's just a joke, son. If you ever watch this, it's just a joke. It's true. So I got my girlfriend pregnant. I had to, here we go, here's my schedule. I had to get up at 5 in the morning. I had to start walking to school at 6. I would start school at 7:05 is when the first bell rang. I did 7 periods of classes. I did my my practice for football because I had a scholarship to the University of Washington, full-year scholarship, by the way, #1 punter in Washington State for 2 years in a row. And after practice, I had to go to work. I used to work at Denny's as a dishwasher. And then I will go home about 10:30 to 11 at night. And then I will get home. And then I had to start doing all my homework for 5 periods. Sometimes 6 because weight training will give me homework. But I will end up going to sleep about 1 in the morning. And then I had to get back up at 5. Now do that shit and graduate high school without any family support. I don't think anybody else can do that. And if they can, hats off to them and kudos to them because I know how hard that was. And then the other half of it is I wanted marriage. Let Freedom, I know you enjoy these stories. I know you enjoy it. Let Freedom knows that I paid child support for a long time, and he knows that we're running next year. So we'll see how that goes. I love my faithful, loyal fans. And you know what? It's working 2 jobs, full-time 2 jobs. And then I will pick up my son. And then I will get up in the middle of my sleep so that I can change his diaper and feed him. His mom had no job. I had 2 jobs. She collected welfare. I had to work 2 jobs because the milk was expensive. And this little guy used to drink 2 cans of milk every week. They were about $16 and some change back then. I don't know what it is today. But I bought all his diapers with my own money, no welfare. I bought all his food. Gerber was these little foods that he gave first. I bought him all his clothes. I bought him his crib. I bought him his first bed. And you know what? I had a 2-bedroom apartment, 1 for my son and 1 supposedly for me and my wife, but she ended up doing something different. And you know what? I don't regret that. I love that. What I didn't know is that this whole year that I was supporting my son, giving everything to him, that his mom would lie to the social worker and say I never gave her 1 cent of child support. And the reason why she did that was for self-preservation, of course, because she was getting food stamps, she was getting free medical, and she was getting cash and housing assistance with her sister as well. And they slapped me with a $5,500 back child support, even though I was supporting my son 100%. The reason why she broke up with me, she says, is because I didn't pay attention to her. I pointed out I got 2 full-time jobs. I get up in the middle of the night to feed our son, to change him. And if you would get a job, then I will work 1 job, and then we can have some time together. You see how that works? And so she decided to go with somebody else. Don't know what happened to her after that. Who knows what relationship she went through? But there you go, Melody. I believe your task is very hard, and I pray that God will give you strength and wisdom to get out of that mess. With that being said, Trinity, 100%. But you know what? You know what, Trinity? I learned that out of all these hardships, and you know this, I have 2 choices to make. One, I would share this burden and make others suffer. I would sell drugs. I would do all criminal activities to make the world pay for my suffering. Or I can learn that I don't like how it feels. I can feel the pain, the depression, the stress, the anxiety. I can feel all of that and know that I would not want anybody else in this world to go through what I went through. So, knowing how much difficulty child support or this single livelihood of parents puts on people, because I know what it feels like, I can fight to avoid that from happening to other people. Now, I think it was Melody, right? Is the one that said it. She was married, husband left, got kids. I think it's Melody. It might be somebody else, but we make a choice. And see, a lot of people come into our chats or even throughout the world, and they go out and they're like, "Oh well, President Trump is horrible. He's doing this decision, but." At the end of the day, these guys, they don't even make good decisions for themselves. Can you imagine if they were in control of this country? And the biggest excuse is like, well, I'm not the president, am I? That's his job. Well, I expect him. Of course you expect him. You know why you expect him? Because you don't know shit about how hard it is to run a country. I don't know how hard it is to run a country. So I'm going to judge him by what he does, by the fruits of his labor, and then I'm going to figure out if this is the president that I want to keep supporting. And so far, so good. Let's see. Oh, no, Foreign is here. I have still got your phone number, but it would be a waste of my time to call you because you're too bullheaded to look at the plants that are dying because of carbon capture machines. My friend, I am not into this climate thing. I looked up what you said about the carbon. I don't understand it. All I know is that volcanoes do worse than we do here in the United States of America. So if you wanted to promote the climate thing, you might have to move to China and fight it over there because we're doing everything we can to save our planet. But we're not God, and the planet will be destroyed eventually. Climate change is something that's been happening for hundreds of thousands of years, if not millions of years. Okay? So I think our president is doing great. I can only tackle so many things at once in my channel. And one of them is illegal immigration. I know a lot about immigration. And I know a little bit about politics because, politics affect all of us. The economy affects all of us. So if you want to learn something, if you go and learn about economy, maybe you'll learn more than me. But are you learning what the economy is supposed to be like, and are you seeing what's happening to our economy? Like I'm going to give you, for example, like people automatically jump into the conclusion that tariffs. Oh, tariffs is destroying businesses. No, no. I remember businesses closing down, shutting down. I remember government shutting the whole country down. Tariffs had nothing to do with that. I remember that the only thing tariffs were doing was making China rich, and other countries that were taking advantage of us. It even touches their healthcare system. You know what I'm saying? It goes around. But people don't want to think about it. They don't want to fight it. They don't want to waste time with it. They don't care. They are just doing something for themselves. It is what it is. Oh, Elevation Nation says only 27 people watching because this is bullshit. Bro, if I can sit here and have a conversation with the blue and green people in this chat, that's more than enough to me. Because the whole reason for this channel is for us to give out our opinions. And I have learned a lot from Trinity, from Ken, Man, Brian, the people that support me when they put comments in there that maybe I may have missed on some things. It's, what I'm saying? It is what it is. Melody says, okay, let's have an honest discussion, Dennis. You support Trump giving money to Venezuela for bailout? Yes. You like that, Trinity? That's right. The blue and can. The blue, green, and can. Oh man. Now, Melody, why would you ask me that question? Wait, what? I love how Sid did the thing. He could not win and change his subject. You're great, Dennis. You speak the thank you, Ken. Man, I appreciate you, brother. You're big time for me. I see your comments on my videos as well, man. Thank you so much. Jake says, you're a rock star. Keep up the good work, buddy. Do not judge them, Father, because they know not what they do. Hey, we're up to 30 now instead of 27. Let's go. That's a good question, Melody, and I've addressed this a few times, but it's a very good question. Okay, and we the people receive nothing in return from that bailout. That is a legitimate argument, legitimate question. And I'm glad you asked that because that's exactly what I do. I question all these decisions of why. I can tell you, did you hear that Nicolas Maduro, which is the fake president of Venezuela, the communist, that he offered President Donald Trump over $1 trillion and access to the petroleum and rare earth minerals from Venezuela? Did you hear that one? Well, if you didn't, now you know. And if you did, well, we are supporting for two things. Okay, for two things. See, we're selfish people here in America. One of them is, if we get rid of Nicolas Maduro, he is a head of the cartel of the Suns. If we get rid of Maduro, then we will stop a lot of drugs from coming to the United States of America. That's America first. Okay, we do it for ourselves. And then we'll get back to it. Hold on, essay. And then we have Maria Conchado, which is the legitimate president of Venezuela. Now, before this whole thing started with Nicolas Maduro, and before even tariffs were really making an effect on our economy, because our economy is going to go up big time. You'll see. And she came out And she said on a private interview on an undisclosed location, President Donald Trump, help us. Help us free our people from this dictator, communist tyrant that is destroying our people. You see, Venezuela, just before I tell you what she said to President Trump, Venezuela is known to be one of the richest countries in the world. Most beautiful women come out of there on their Miss Universe pageants. And there was a lot of poverty in Venezuela. And there was this Chavez guy that actually went to jail. That's a real felon for all you leftist people that are left in this chat. That was a real felon. He actually became president of Venezuela, and he ran his campaign on promising to end poverty, right? He came in with a socialist mentality. And the problem with socialists is that eventually they become communists, if they're not already. So he lowered the poverty levels in Venezuela down to about 2 or 3%, which is amazing. Amazing. Now, they can do that because there was trillions of dollars of wealth, and the oil is just bringing a massive amounts of dollars. And because they are irresponsible, they don't know how to follow a budget. They don't really care for the people. They just spend all this expensive money on themselves. Okay? Now it's almost, I think it was 90% poverty level in Venezuela. And so with that being said, now don't quote me on the 90%. You can look that up, but that you can do that on your own. So now Maria Conchado, who has become the Nobel Peace Prize winner, of course she acknowledges all the wars that President Trump has been involved and has helped ended, and all these accomplishments that he's doing, what he's doing with the cartels from Venezuela, what he's doing against Nicolas Maduro. But she acknowledges that he is the Nobel Prize winner because of all he's doing and fighting for, not just for America first, but also throughout the world, and being able to make deals, not just to help other countries, but always putting the America first in mind for those benefits. So going back in time to what Maria has said before, she offered trillions of dollars to the United States of America, and specific to Trump as the president. Obviously, that's for us, the Americans. And access to the oil and to rare earth minerals. Now, when we get done with this task in Venezuela, well, now we're going to be able to have a great partnership with Venezuela of the future. And I think it's going to make for a better economy, not just for Venezuela to come out of that big hole, but also for us in America. And that is America first. Not only do we get a benefit, not only do we get money, not only do we get oil, but we also get the thanks and the gratitude of all Venezuelan people. Isn't that amazing? That's a beautiful story. I tell you that right now. And I can't wait. I'm glad that I'm alive today to see it. And then with Argentina. Well, China doesn't want to buy soybeans from Canada or from the United States of America. Well, they're still buying some from Argentina. And just like China try to send all their products to Vietnam, to Canada, to Mexico, and all these other places so that they can avoid tariffs, well, now we're trying to make a deal with them so that we can have access to some rare earth minerals as well from Argentina. And also so that we can probably sell some of our products through Argentina. Who knows? The whole point is that there is an investment, and that's what we're waiting for, okay? We cannot have everything out in the open. If you think that the government is going to tell us 100% of everything that they're doing, you are incorrect. I think some things the government cannot tell us, because then their enemies will know everything that we are holding behind the curtain. We cannot allow them to see that, because if they cheat, well, they're going to get the prize, but not because they earned it, but because they cheated, and we cannot allow that. I hope that makes sense. Let's say, Viva Trump with the Mexican flag. Viva Mexico. Viva Mexico. Right? See, there you go. Finally, freedom knows is the truth. Good boy. That's my boy. Hey, look, Now we got 40 viewers, guys. It's no longer 27. Let's go. Salud, my friends, and stay thirsty. Here we go. We're about to get a red wave here in just a minute. We're about to get a red wave. All right, fact sheet number 2. President Donald Trump addresses the threat to national security from imports of medium and heavy-duty vehicles, parts, and buses. Well. Car manufacturers are coming back to the States. Give them some time. It's got to get time to get built and be back worked on. I believe, who was it, Ford or GMC? I think it was Ford, right? They are the ones that didn't leave the country. They're still building here, etc. So kudos to them. Fact sheet number 3. President Donald Trump announces actions to lower costs and expand access to in vitro fertilization and high-quality fertility care. Why? Because migrants are out birthing Americans, and Americans are gonna lose their country if we don't start producing American patriots. So I love it. Oh, see, Meldon's still with me. Navajo Nation, baby. Let's go. A little bit says, I'm a red wave. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let me see. What's the next one? President Donald Trump ensures continued accountability in federal hiring. We need to get red. You guys remember the old saying, drain the swamp? We still need to drain it, and this time we come with experience. So not only is President Donald Trump helping our economy grow, the United States of America, he is also working deals with international presidents, prime ministers, kings, princes, etc. And the United States of America is going to benefit big time. Even a lot of the libtards that fight us will also benefit from it. So take that, Tato. All right, President Donald Trump announces a second deal to bring most favored nation pricing to American patients. Yeah, you guys asked for some facts more. Here we go. This is what you can tell the people when they ask you these questions. Nation pricing to American patients. We were paying a lot of money. A lot of you people out there, or a lot of Americans and people that are in this country, suffer from paying very high, expensive drug prices. And that is done. That needs to be changed. We need to pay what other great nations also pay for their drugs and medicines. I want to hear about Pfizer because I know Pfizer made a big investment deal here, but I don't see it on here. President Donald Trump authorizes construction of Arctic security cutters. I don't know what the hell that means. I think I do, but I don't want to speak on it because I don't know much about it. President Donald Trump approves Ambler Road project to unlock Alaska's mineral potential. Let's go. Let's see. Trump prioritizes harnessing American AI innovation to unlock cures for pediatric cancer. Guys, there we go. We got to take care of our children. Well, pediatric is very important, right? Let's see, what else do we got? Trump announces first deal to bring most favored nation pricing to American patients. Okay, we got that one as well. That started in September, finished in October, apparently. Addresses the threat to national security from imports of timber, lumber, and their derivative products. That is one that I know mainly comes from Canada, I believe. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, from Canada. And, well, you know, Canadians say that, well, you know what, we're not going to do this no more. Well, now they are. Now, let me tell you a funny thing about Canada. And a lot of people, now, if you're Canadian in here, my love to you. My love to you. A lot of us love Canadians, okay? Let's get that right. Let's get that right. But here's what Canada says. Oh, Canada says, well, we're a safe nation, you know, and nobody messes with us. And my answer is always, yeah, that's right, because, well, let's be honest. Your blanket of protection is the United States of America. Oh, well, how dare you? You guys have the South. No, we got Alaska. We got your ass on that side as well. They will not attack Canada because we will retaliate. That's just what I believe. So Canadians are safe, and you're welcome, even though you hated us and you fought us against tariffs. Well, now you've seen the error of your ways, and you come to the table finally, Carney, and we appreciate it. You made a deal with the United States of America, and because of that, you have assured that we are going to continue to defend your country. America first, guys, America first. Let's see. President Donald Trump develops new strategy to counter domestic terrorism and organized political violence. Political violence, this whole thing about political violence actually gets to me because I hear a lot of people out there on the left side that keep saying, "Oh, look at him. He's gonna weaponize the government." Shut the hell up. Shut up. If you haven't said anything by now, before now, just shut up. Forever hold your peace. Sick and tired of people, doing crime and then washing their hands like Pontius Pilate and then blaming somebody else for their crime. That's not how it works. Weaponize the freaking government against these corrupted politicians. Remember this one? Nobody is above the law. Well, guess what, my folks? Your previous director of the FBI was corrupted. He's about to go to jail. Then call me the last guy that played like he didn't know what an 8647 was. That jackass needs to be in jail. He's a traitor to this nation, and he should be treated as. And then we have the CIA that brags about lying to the American people. Well, you know what? F that. Now we got a new FBI director that actually cares for the American people and is as bad as doing his job. Does he make mistakes talking? Maybe. But he can implement the law. He can investigate any political person in office. Republicans or Democrats, it doesn't matter. You know what else the corrupt fake Democrats have done in office? They have gone in and they have surveilled, illegally surveilled Republicans, their so-called enemies. I thought we're supposed to be Americans. Where's that at? Wait, who said? Somebody said what? Adrian Faria says, snitch. Yes, I will snitch on all evil criminal mofos because I feel that the best thing for me to do is preserve the peace and prosperity in this country and then serve this nation. And we don't want innocent people to get hurt because you're so afraid of being a snitch. I don't protect snakes and vipers. I don't protect criminals. I respect and elevate law-abiding citizens. None of this fake bullcrap law-abiding migrants. They mean illegal immigrants that broke the law 3 times just being in here. 1, crossing the border. 2nd, working here illegally. And 3rd, committing fraud with fake documents so that they can work. Yeah, right. Criminals. That's what that is. So if you don't like that, it is what it is. Live with it. It is the truth. Let me see. Derek, I bet he wasn't born here. Derek, you've been here before. You know the answer to that. President says, Fishing Bay says the president has 34 felonies. Oh, let me give you a little bit of history from your own Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi says that the best tactic that they use is to be able to make a lie about your opponent, make it a smear, and then give the information to legacy media. They go out there and publish a story on the media outlet, and then when they come to do a press conference, they can say, we said this, and that, and well, look, Washington Post says this. Hey, look, Seattle Times says this. Hey, USA says this. Because why? Because they invented a lie, and people ate it like candy. That's why. We're not stupid. We're not stupid. We're watching them. They think we're not watching them. You know what? They're so old and their brain is not going to be there that much for them. They're going to spill the beans without even knowing. Let me tell you another one. January 6th, Nancy Pelosi's daughter recording her, making her own little movie documentary. Why would she be making a movie documentary about this unless some shit was about to hit the fan? Trying to make her daughter famous. I don't like it. I just don't like it. What did she say? Oh my God, who could have seen this? The National Guard should have been there. I take responsibility. And then she goes on court, on a hearing, and then she says that she never heard President Donald Trump offering her 10 to 20,000 National Guard members. She said 3 times she denied it, like Peter denied Jesus. 3 times she denied that Donald Trump, called her on, one with her and her representatives, and she said no every time President Trump wanted to send that National Guard. And we see proof that it's true because they still do the same shit because they don't want President Donald Trump to look good. They'd rather Americans die than to be saved by President Trump. And that's a fact. They also say, now she says, she begged President Donald Trump for the National Guard. Well, which one is it? Which one is it? Nancy Pelosi? Which one is it? Well, there you go, fishing. There's your truth. This is who you believe. I am American. Don't get that twisted. I am America first. Country first, party second. All right? So if you're a Democrat, independent, or a Republican, I will expect you to always put this country first and your party loyalties second. This is what the Democrat Rep Fetterman is doing. He is voting to reopen the government because he knows that the people are suffering. There's a lot of people that depend on the federal government. There's a lot of people that need their food, their assistance. There is a lot of healthcare insurance companies that need to be, renewed, etc. And by having the government shut down, they are not being renewed. So they know this. Fetterman, a Democrat, knows this. And what did he say? Country first, party second. Well, why don't you just switch to being a Republican? And my question is like, why? Why would he switch to be Republican? Of course, it'd be nice. Everybody's in the same party. But you know what? We don't want that. Because if you just want one party in this government, in this country, now you're supporting communism. Communists do not like an opposition to go against them when it comes to running for power. So we're not going to become that. We're going to make sure that we follow the law all the way to the T. Right? Is that how you say it here in America? All right, let's see. Where's my beaners at? Alexander, you're not a beaner. Are you, Alexander Pagan? Yes, I was born in Honduras. 100%. 100% beaner, baby. Yes, Derek, 100% vetted. As a matter of fact, I had to do a physical examination. I had to do an X-ray for inside my, I don't know what the hell they were looking for. I had an X-ray. I had a record for my vaccines for every single disease that we have gone through. We had to prove that we had enough money to sustain ourselves. We have to prove that we have enough money in our country in case something didn't work out here. We can go back to our country and restart life if we needed to. We gave the intentions that we were going to come here and study in school, and then we were going to apply for the green card. We went through the whole process all the way. We got rejected the first time. We got accepted the second time. Once we were fully vetted the second time, they allowed us to come here into this country. Good question, man. Good question. Let me see. Freshly, good morning. I am doing great, bud. Thank you for being in here. Jay Bird, I'm MAGA. I don't hate him. There you go. Jay Bird is standing up for the American Patriots. Let's see. Alexander, ¿qué pasó, güey? I added the way there. He said, Sino says you're a hypocrite. I don't see how, but whatever. Alexander Paganes, ¿cuál es la pregunta? What's the question? I don't know. You ask. I already told you the question. Do you promise to release the Epstein files if you're elected? Well, I'm not running for president. He's the only one that gets that power. But I will release any. Here's the one thing I can promise you. I can promise you this. Anything that we do, just like President Donald Trump is doing, I would love to have all of our hearings public. Now, the hearings are public, okay? But meetings, we're talking about budgeting, what NGOs are being used, how much money is going here. Like, I don't want this surprise that we found out when we were doing the big, beautiful bill. Wait a minute, $10 million for what? In what country? $1 billion for what? In what country? You know what I'm saying? I don't want that. If we have NGOs in this state of Washington, what NGOs do we have? Well, there's this company that's going to do this. We're going to hold them accountable for it. This is how much money is going for this, and we're going to hold them accountable for it. If they don't, there's going to be some prices to pay. Let me tell you that right now. So I just promise to have transparency, and that is exactly what we're going to shoot for, because I feel that if we're doing the right thing, we shouldn't be hiding anything. The reason why our ICE agents right now are hiding their faces is because they're getting doxxed. A lot of them go undercover so they cannot be revealing their identities. But why do citizens cover their faces? Because they're doing something bad, because they're shamed. This is why they cover their faces, so that when they retaliate with violence, they don't get in trouble for it. And of course, now that's changed because they are being dealt with the way that they should be dealt from the beginning. They're terrorists. They're a menace to society, and they need to be treated as such. And so there is that. Any other questions? Let me see. What else do you got here? Derek says, when were you accepted? We were accepted back in 89. Let's see. I will stick by Trump to the end, says Jay Bird. Good, good, good. 100% I'm with you. Support that 100%. Kevin says, congratulations, brother. I'm sure that was a good feeling. Sure was, my friend. It is a very good feeling. And I learned something in life, that many people are going to hate you for your success, and they're going to envy your happiness, and they're going to try to destroy you so that they can have some sort of joy seeing your misery of failure as they have. See, I'm the kind of person that doesn't believe on passing down to other people what I have experienced in pain. I believe the opposite. When I was in my deepest state of depression in my life, I said to myself, I don't wish this anguish on my enemies at all, on anybody. It was horrible. So I try to be, when I know what the situation is, I try to be as positive as I can. Sometimes I can be a jerk because I'm very direct. I tell the truth as much as I can, and sometimes I have to hold it back. But I do try my best. Let's see. Melody says, who is Paul Ingracia? I don't know. I don't know. Why does that sound familiar? I don't know. Who's Paul Ingracia? I don't know. Adrian says, it's called transparency, and good luck with that. Yeah. Well, if I'm governor, they have no choice. I will be the commander-in-chief, and they will do what I say. It's just we don't have a good governor over here. The first one that we had, I think he had Alzheimer's because he forgot that he was governor here in the state of Washington. He allowed for some local terrorists to take away our Seattle police precinct. Very disgusting, very embarrassing. What a shame. Donald Trump tried to send the National Guard here, and he said no. All of a sudden, the press asked him, he's like, well, don't you know that we need the National Guard so that we can take over these people that took over the precinct? Wait, I didn't even know that was happening. Seriously? He was on vacation for too long, just like Joe Biden during his last administration. They must have had some type of digital pen here in Washington State as well. Well, that's not going to happen anymore. And then this guy that we have right now, Bob Ferguson, what an idiot. I really have no respect for this guy. I wish I knew more about him, that I can say something nice about him. But unfortunately, as I judge President Donald Trump for what he's doing, I do the same thing with this governor here in Washington State. I judge him by his fruits. And I judge the senator and the mayor by their fruits. And you know what they all have in common? They protect the LGBTQ and they curse the Christian people or religious believer people. I think that's wrong, because I don't believe the LGBT should be bullied. They shouldn't be disrespected. But I believe that everybody else has the same right. I don't believe they have any rights that don't have rights that other people have. They can even get married, same-sex marriage. That's supposed to be a union between God, in front of God. That now the law has acquired some sort of contract agreement that the husband and the wife can now be married in civil court, and then they have certain rights. Well, now a man can marry a man. It's still not a godly thing to do. It will never be accepted by God. It doesn't matter if they get married in the church, if they get married by a legitimate straight pastor or bishop or father or whatever they want to call themselves. It's still not going to be allowed by God, but certainly people can have the right to marry civilly. So I will not support a lot of ideas from people, but I will definitely do my best to make sure that we have a balance and equal, truth for everybody. I will not allow any member to be throwing rocks at our law enforcement. I will not stand for law enforcement beating people up for no reason. And I'm not going to lie, when somebody shoots at a cop, there is nothing else that comes to my mind but to put that dog down. This is where I become a little bit more harsh, and I believe in Florida law. And, if you want to do the crime, you better be ready to do the time. And if you think you're going to shoot at somebody, it's coming right back at you. Now, there's a lot of things that I won't be able to do. Like, there's no jurisdiction for me to do anything with Native tribes, but I will definitely would like to reach out to some Native tribes here. The tribal unity here in Washington State, I would like to sit down with them and see if there's anything that they need that we can help with. And maybe that there is something that they can help us with. I believe as Donald Trump does, that we should be trading. We should be trading skills. We should be trading materials. We should be making deals that helps us and it helps the other person as well. I think this is something in history that has been practiced for thousands of years. Even as our Indians in Central America, we used to trade as well. Unfortunately for us, we had a very dominant Mayan Indian, tribe that was killing us. It was killing their own people. And, well, I stand against that. Of course, the whole conquistadors and the Spaniards coming over, at the end of the day, if it wasn't for the atrocities that we as Indians or descendants of Indians have suffered throughout history, we wouldn't be who we are today if that didn't happen. I can tell you right now, a lot of people call Republicans Nazis. They don't even know what the hell that is. I am certainly 100% happier that we are Americans and not Nazi Germany in this country, or communist Russians, or communist Chinese. A lot of our natives are descendants of Asia. I get that, and this is where the alcoholism comes from in our Indian heritage because of Asia. But people don't understand. Like I don't know, man, guys. I can go around this. It's a deep hole. There's so much stuff that has happened throughout history, guys, and I just want things to be better. And I think President Trump is trying to do the same thing that I think. I noticed there's a lot of natives for Trump, Latinos for Trump, there's blacks for Trump, there's all kinds of people for Trump. Why? Because they love the orange man, because they love the Cheeto, because the taco's great. It's not because of that. It's because he's showing fruits that he really cares about this country. He's been very respectful, not just with our Native American Indians here, but also with actual Indians from India, from Hispanics, from Russians, Ukrainians. He has shown respect to the Saudis, to Arabs, to Israel. Well, we're friends with Israel, but he's shown that he's not racist. And then most people come in here and call him a racist for no reason, etc. No, I got to judge him by his fruits. And a lot of people are coming to wake up that the lies that the legacy media and the news outlets have been saying for decades was a lie. And many people are waking up and supporting President Donald Trump because of that. All right? If you just came in, salute. Let freedom. This is for you, my friend. I know how much you love that. Our angry vet has been blocked, so he's not putting hateful comments against me anymore. Thank you, Trinity. It's been a lot more peaceful to be able to talk. Little bit knows what I'm talking about. Trump loves Americans and America. Keep your enemies close. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. That's very smart, very wise, actually. And that's the way I feel about that. So there's a lot of hope yet to come for the United States of America. And we're going to continue reading. This one I don't care. I really don't care about this one. And Trinity, you can feel me on this one. President Donald Trump saves TikTok while protecting national security. Yeah, I get it, but TikTok's still shit here in America. The only things that TikTok wants you to do is do dumb things to hurt yourself or some stupid little dance, right? That's what they want you to do. They don't want you to speak truth. They don't want you to be involved with politics. They don't want you to be involved with what taxing is going on in the area. They don't want you to know who the enemy of the United States is. They don't want you to know any truth. They want you to do dumb shit. And these are the things that get millions of views. Oh, look at her. She's pregnant and fell off the bike. Look what happened. Boom, 1 million views. Everybody wants to know. So I don't give a shit about TikTok. Besides, Trinity knows I made a live with YouTube and TikTok kept giving me these messages that I shouldn't be saying this, I shouldn't be saying that. So I closed and deleted the app. Maybe one day I'll give them another shot, but for right now, they're still suppressing freedom of speech, and I don't like that. Let's see. Trump launches the gold card program. Some people are like, oh, look at this guy. He's making money for himself. And oh, how dare he charge $5 million for a gold card. Well, if you can afford a gold card, that means that you are definitely not going to be taking advantage of our health benefits, our housing benefits, our cash benefits, or our EBT food stamp benefits. But instead, you're going to bring a lot of money into this country when you're here in this country. And that's something that people don't think about. Yeah, I know. I don't like it, Brian. This whole Chinese data collection bull crap. Let's see. Blanca says TikTok is like dump. Okay. Let's see. Time says dual stream to kick its free speech 100%. Man, not on TikTok, bro. Not on TikTok. Did I read that right? Maybe I misunderstood what you're saying. He was only angry because he was proven wrong about democracy versus republic so many times. Yeah. The who on TikTok platform, TikTok sucks. Yep, I agree. All right, enough of that. Enough of the gold card. The U.S. and the U.K. special relationship. Now, guys, we can click on these links if you guys want to know what it is. President Trump is the only American president to have been granted 2 British state visits. The bond between the United States and the United Kingdom is like no other anywhere in the world, and we will always be friends. So that's what we're talking about that with that. And then President Donald Trump restores law and order in Memphis. This happened back in September 15th. The memorandum establishes a Memphis Safe Task Force tasked with ending street and violent crime in Memphis to the greatest possible extent, including by coordinating closely with state and local officials in Tennessee, Memphis, and neighboring jurisdictions to share information, develop joint priorities, and maximize resources to make Memphis safe and restore public order. Fantastic. Let's see. Trump announces actions to provide greater transparency and accuracy in prescription drug advertisers. Maha, make America healthy again. I love it. I love it. All right, let me see what's going on in the news here, guys. Let me see. Did I see... Wait a minute. Oh, I think we might have some news here, fellas. Ladies and gentlemen. Let me see if who is showing this Fox. I know how much the leftists love Fox, but they're not the ones. You guys already watched the JD Bands live now. Let me see if these guys are actually showing anything good in here. Let's see. How Democracies Die by Daniel Ziptat. Chapter 8. Trump Against the Guardrails. We're We're not even going to listen to this Democrat talk. I'm sorry, guys. It's just not helpful. Here we go. I'm going to play a video of, listen to, you guys probably already know what to expect. All right, let me pause this here really quick. This is I think he's is he a mayor or a senator? I think he's a mayor. Anyways, we're going to listen to him. I want you to see what Seattle is dealing with here. Now, I'm talking to my patriots, to all you crazies that are against ICE and all these people. I'm not talking about you. I am talking about just for the American patriots that we have in here. Here we go. Hopefully we have sound. Let's watch it together. Dennis is a Timo Christian. Yes, sir. Hey, listen, we'll get back to it. I got a joke for you, but later, after this. Here we go.
We will prevent the unlawful encroachment on the roles and jurisdictions of SPD, Seattle Police Department, by the federal government. Simply put, our police department will know exactly what they should do and should not do, and in no way will they enable this abuse of power from the federal government. We will establish a coordinated Seattle Resilience Task Force, which will establish clear lines of communication with Governor Bob Ferguson, the Attorney General Nick Brown's office, our city attorney's office, and of course, our community.
This is one of the morons here in Seattle, Washington.
It's going to be critical to be able to be nimble, efficient, and effective in our communications and get accurate information at a real-time basis. Fourth, this will reaffirm our unwavering support for First Amendment activities, protests, opposition, and direct the city to work with organizers to keep protests peaceful and minimize the potential for conflict. We want people to use their voice. That is part of our power. We also don't want to, as some would say, take the bait. We don't want to see anyone get in harm's way when we can't predict some of these abusive actions taken by our.
I want to point something out to you guys, okay? Bear with me here. I want to point something out. And that is that have you noticed how much they have been telling us, right, in the legacy media, these Democrats, and even anybody that's talking about the United States, anybody that's talking about Trump and how horrible he is. I'm going to give you guys a little something. They are telling the people, go protest peacefully, behave. The last thing we need is to have Donald Trump have a reason to come and bring the National Guard. Now, if you've never been disciplined, if you were never raised with a mom and a dad in the house, you probably don't know what the hell I just said. Let me tell you what this sounds like. Daddy's home. Everybody is misbehaving. Daddy gets up and grabs that belt. Hey, knock it off. Okay, all right. Then once they got the belt out, they see what's going on. And then Daddy leaves. And then the kids start misbehaving. And Daddy's like, I better not hear that you guys are causing problems again. And mommy, well, I love my kid. Oh, I don't want it to get in trouble, blah, blah, blah. And what does mommy say? You guys better behave. If you don't behave, then Daddy's going to come home and he's going to whoop you. That's simple. That's simple. And look at the difference. Peaceful protest, no kings. Peaceful protest, no violence. I didn't hear I didn't see, at least not yet. I didn't see nobody, throwing piss cans at people. I didn't see nobody hurting people on the street. Everybody staying on the sidewalk. Well, in some areas. Everything is, they're behaving. That is exactly what we want. They are behaving. They are not committing violence. They are not committing destruction of our cities. They're not destroying businesses. Because now they say, we do not want President Donald Trump to have an excuse to bring the National Guard or to interfere or to get credit for fixing our cities. He is supporting the local law enforcement, telling them to do their job, and they're talking to all these people that have been hurting our cities day and night. Behave. Otherwise, Daddy will come and spank that ours. Behave. Otherwise, we're going to look bad because he's going to come and fix the problem that we're not addressing. Behave. That's exactly what we want. We want criminals to be afraid of breaking the law. Punishment in our law, in our justice system, it's supposed to be a deterrent so that people do not commit crimes. If you soften up the law, there is no consequences. There's no repercussions for them. There's no punishment. Then why not? I mean, if they were Christians and they held Christian values, but they were real Christians, and they just held on to two things. Love God, our Creator, with all of your heart, all of your mind, and all of your spirit, all of yourself, all of you, 100%. Love God. And the second commandment that is just as great, love your neighbor. If they did those things, two things, they will never cheat on one another. They will never rob you. They will never want to kill you. They will never want to do any of the things that destroys a society. And that's a fact. But nobody's like that. You know what the speed limit was on a highway over here not too long ago? It was 50 miles an hour. And what happened? People start driving 60 miles an hour. Now they lower it to 45. So now people drive at 50. That's how it works. There's a speed limit because people are breaking the speed because there's children playing around. There's school around. You know what I'm saying? So there's rules that get put in place to keep peace. We call that law and order. Now, probably some of these people in here are probably illegal, but we're going to allow them to speak anyway. And I want you to look at this black girl on his left, right? You're going to see her. You look at the black girl on the left, and she's going to come up to the microphone. You're not going to see her right away, but she's going to come up to the microphone and listen to who she is, and watch. For all of you guys that want believe on America first, I want you to listen to what she says and what her title actually is.
Federal government. Now, we don't know when or if Trump will send a social media post that is targeting Seattle next. We monitor these communications, but these actions that I described in the first executive order will ensure that our city is prepared and resilient if he does. And we stand united in solidarity in this approach, and we do everything possible to protect our neighbors and our families. The second executive order I'm signing today is focused on strengthening services for our immigrant and refugee communities and increasing transparency and accountability around federal immigration enforcement. Now, as we've shared many times before, immigrants and refugees are part of the fabric of Seattle, what I like to say, part of our vibe, part of our rhythm, part of our family. We are proud to a city where over 140,000 residents were born in a different country. Literally proud of that. Now, we've all seen photos and videos of masked ICE agents literally kidnapping people from neighborhoods, from our streets and sidewalks with impunity. Masked agents operating without clear identification, diminish transparency, they erode accountability, and they sow fear in our communities. They're waging a campaign based on fear and also creating a dangerous possibility for other bad actors. So the second executive order that I will execute will develop an ordinance in conjunction with the City Council to ban the use of face masks by law enforcement with limited exceptions in the city of Seattle, and will require all law enforcement officials to have visible emblems and badges that identify their agency.
Let me point out, guys, really quick. Be honest on this answer. If you saw me, you never seen me ever before. If you see my face, would that tell you anything about me? If you saw my uniform, would that tell you something about me? Ask yourself that honest question. Honest question. You guys already know. If somebody goes and works undercover, they can't let their identities be known. Otherwise, they won't be able to infiltrate these private people that are trying to do malicious things to us. They have to protect themselves. Not just themselves, but their families. So you have to allow them. You'll notice that there's a lot of them that don't cover their face. These are law enforcement that don't go undercover. I mean, they're just like police officers. They're out there. You see their faces. What's your badge number? What's your name? What's your badge number? Like, seriously. What the hell does it happen? What happens if I come here and I have a badge and it says Dennis Herrera and here's my badge number? Isn't that enough? Why do you need to see my face? What is the difference? Why do you need to see my face? It's none of your business. What I don't like about that comment, it's, they're over there like, oh, yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, that's a good one. And they don't say jack squat about the Antifa members that they protect, that they say they have the right to go and protest. Now, they've seen that they're going to start arresting them. They're going to start kicking the crap out of them. And, of course, now they're telling them, behave, be good, don't do this, don't do that. Why? Because they know that eventually we're going to catch one of them that's going to sing all the way home. And they're going to start dropping names. That's what they're afraid of. So, that's very interesting, but let's continue to listen.
This legislation puts Seattle on track to be the first major city in the country to adopt a ban mask on federal officers. Secondly, we will provide the Seattle Police Department will have clear guidance to its members on how to respond to 911 calls where masked or unidentified individuals are detaining people in the city. We want our officers to be fully trained on exactly what to do and try to leave, to the extent possible, little ambiguity in what should be done. Third, we are proposing an ordinance that would make it clear that city property will not be used by federal immigration authorities to stage for operations or to conduct those operations to the maximum extent permitted by law. Now, this is clearly intended to prevent ICE from using parking lots and similar spaces for staging, as it appears has been done in other cities like Chicago. Sort of in closing my remarks, we're very proud that our Office of Immigrant and Refugee Affairs is meeting the urgency of this moment in our communities. Earlier this week, they hosted their first One Seattle Community Resource Fair, with more planned in the coming months. And I was.
Did you guys hear the difference? Did you guys hear that part? He does not want the local police to help ICE, federal agents. He doesn't want ICE agents staging certain places, investigating, etc. Right? What's the difference with the thing that happened in Memphis? The opposite. 100% collaboration. What happens in Florida? 100% collaboration. Why are people moving to Florida? Because the law is being respected, and the local authorities are actually working with the president. It has nothing to do with President Trump. It has everything to do with American safety. And if they don't want the National Guard to be sent to their state, to their city, they better get their ass in gear and do their job and keep the people safe. That's all we're asking for. If they keep the people safe, then Donald Trump doesn't have anything to do with it. And I will say, if you support that, your Democratic blue state and city or whatever, well, at least defend your people. Make sure your people are safe.
I was very honored to be invited to that event, and I would say by all standards it was a remarkable success. Of course, our proposed 2026 budget significantly increased the Office of Immigrant and Refugee Affairs by nearly 70% so they can continue to provide legal services.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I was gonna let it play. Did you hear that? By 70%. Legal services. This has nothing to do with the American due process. This is to help illegal immigrants. Illegal immigrants is what he's talking about. This guy.
Don't tell your other department heads we did that. They'll just keep that a secret. But they have to continue their work to provide legal services and workforce development, know your rights training, and other resources. And with that, I present to you our Director of the Office of Immigrant Refugee Affairs, Hamdi Mohammed. Thank you.
When you hire somebody that doesn't love your country, this is what you get. They fight. When you hire migrants that don't love your country, they're not going to fight for you, the American people. They are going to fight for illegal immigrants. These people really think that you guys are poop. They don't respect you. They smile and shake your hand so that they can use you. But they don't respect you. Don't get that twisted.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Hamdi Mohammed, and it's such an honor to be the director of Seattle's Office of Immigrant and Refugee Affairs. I want to begin today by thanking the advocates who are in this room and the advocates in our community and our community leaders, those who are leading our immigrant and refugee organizations, who continue to express fear and the needs of our community with both courage and clarity. I know that the mayor listens deeply to their voices and takes them seriously. I've been in the rooms where we have had roundtable discussions with our local organizations and leaders.
Let me be clear. Their local organization and leaders are all for illegal immigrants. Not for Washingtonians, not for the Americans.
With his legal background, Mayor Herrera, and steadfast leadership, he continues to use every tool in Seattle's toolbox to protect our residents, to uphold Seattle's values, and I thank him for it. And I also thank the city council members who are here today who also do that work in partnership with him. I want to acknowledge that the city of Seattle consistently and proactively has been responding over the last few years to ensure that we are prepared for moments like this. From the anticipation of the threats of migrants being bused to Seattle from Texas, the city has stood together firmly and has coordinated, and to make sure that federal actions are not dividing and intimidating our city, that Seattle remains united, principled, and grounded. Look, immigrants and refugees are not outsiders to Seattle. We heard that from Mayor Herrera. They are our neighbors. They are the small businesses that help our economy thrive.
They are your neighbors, small businesses that help your economy thrive. Now tell me, it used to be that if a company hired an illegal immigrant, they would get fined $10,000 and that illegal immigrant will be deported. They are allowing illegal immigrants to own businesses here. That is breaking the law. They're breaking federal law. I found that very interesting. Let Freedom, what the hell do you care about my hairline or my child support? What is? Are you drunk again, bro? Oh man, this guy. Go finish your tequila, will you? Maybe make you feel better. That's what I don't understand, guys. So I'm a migrant. I am standing for your rights, for your people, for the American people, which I'm part of. So I feel like it's a responsibility that I got to give back to the people. How is it that I am against illegal immigrants, and you guys have no clue that because of illegal immigrants, you are being put in the back of the bus? You are not priority for them. They don't care about you. Why can we see that? Don't understand.
They are our essential workers. I would say they are the heart of Seattle's growth and resilience.
Illegal immigrants, the heart of Seattle.
At the Office of Immigrant and Refugee Affairs, our focus in the days ahead will be to focus on these 4 key areas. 1, to coordinate with local advocates and community organizations, and to keep working on making sure what we are doing is rooted and uplifting the lived experience of those in our community, and ensuring that we do everything we can help protect them.
Again, not for Americans, for illegal immigrants. They are the heart and soul of Seattle. Illegal immigrants. They don't say jack squat about the American Washingtonians.
And responding to emerging needs. 2, it will be working across all city departments so that our actions remain aligned, coordinated, and that we do it in a way that is compassionate. 3, we'll continue to expand community education and Know Your Rights initiatives in multiple languages so that every family knows where to turn when they need protection, and that they know what the existing laws are. When people feel empowered and they know their rights, they can then continue to participate in our community, and we want to continue to see that. Lastly, we'll continue to build trust and transparency to ensure that our immigrant and refugee communities continue to see Seattle as a true welcoming city. Seattle will continue to lead with heart.
For those of you who don't know, this is an executive order signing on National Guard preparedness by the mayor of Seattle, and she is in the department to helping migrants, they call them, but she's actually protecting illegal immigrants in the state of Washington because we're a blue sanctuary city.
Coordination and courage. And we'll stand firm for dignity, safety, and justice for all of the people who call this beautiful city home. I thank you all for being here today, and now I have the honor of introducing One America's Executive Director.
That's the thing, that yes, there's a lot of migrants that work hard, but priority is Americans, and Americans are being put to the side, and they are defending every single right that belongs to Americans, taking it from them and giving it to illegal immigrants. And that, my friend, is what I have a problem with.
Roxana Naruzzi.
Thank you so much, first Mayor Harrell, for your leadership, and Director Mohammed for all you've done to bring our community together. And
by the way, the whole government, the whole city council, everything that we have here in Seattle, it's all been selected with DEI, just so you know. So, of course, we don't have the most professional, the most qualified. We just have a bunch of minorities and less white people as possible, because that's what makes America great.
Bring these executive orders into our city. My name is Roxana Naruzzi. I'm the Executive Director of One America. For those of you who don't know, One America is an immigrant power-building organization working to create a thriving home for immigrant and refugees here in Washington State. And I want to...
Not Washingtonian lives, a powerful immigrant community. I understand the idea of migration, but you're destroying your own people. It's like you kicking your children out of your house so that the neighbors' kids can move in. How do you do that?
Start with a little bit of my own stake in this. My own family escaped an authoritarian government in the late 1970s to seek safety and freedom in the U.S. We left our homeland of Iran because anyone who opposed the government was being locked up, tortured, and killed. Under Donald Trump, many of us whose families immigrated to the U.S. recognize these same signs of authoritarianism as we did back home. Except this time, it's in the country that we have sought for freedom and protection.
Oh, hell no. Hell no. Oh, no, 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 no. You're not getting away with that one. No, no, no. How about them apples? Do you understand what the hell she just said? To you American people, and I'm going to go deeper, to my Native American people. Did you know what she just said? She said that everything that they were not allowed to do in their country, they now come, because they couldn't do it over there. They couldn't get it their way over there, because they call them tyrannical because you have to follow the law. They came here illegally, number one, and that they can get away with that. But now they can make it their country, their ruling, their way. And they don't give a shit about the American people. Let me tell you that right now, and I want to make that clear. They do not care about the American people. I got a problem with that. I got a problem with that. Huge problem with that. They are literally, they have done a massive invasion, and they are being put in office illegally. They are not even citizens. Some of these people are not even citizens. They're illegal, and they're in the city council. They are running programs for immigration, and they themselves are illegal. How does that happen? How do you let illegal immigrants or hateful migrants that don't care about your country run your country? America, you gotta stand up, man. You gotta stand up. If you have nothing to lose, then you don't count. That's fine. But the rest of the people that have children, the rest of the people they want this land to be protected, to stay prosperous so that their children can enjoy their freedom and their lives in the future. You got to stand up, man. And a migrant is telling you that. A migrant is telling you that massive migration is destroying your country. They're stealing your culture. They're taking all your benefits. They're like locusts on the fields. They will destroy your whole crops. Your people will suffer. You will get more homeless. The veterans are going to get less attention. Your healthcare system is going to go down to shit. They're going to turn this great nation into a third world country shithole. Mark my words, unless you stand up against this garbage.
And that's why we've built One America into a movement and organizing home for immigrants, to uphold our democracy and the promise of safety, security, and freedom that so many of us sacrifice so much for.
We are not a democratic state.
And that promise of security is currently under threat for all of us, no matter where we were born.
We have a constitution,
Each day, our communities are forced to make difficult decisions in their daily lives. Simply taking their kids to school, going to the doctor's office, or driving to work become high-stakes decisions around immigration, and are faced with the decision of whether they will ever see their families again.
Illegally, stay in your country.
However, over the last few months, the Trump administration has progressed from a needless and cruel war on immigrants to a full-out war on democracy itself, where all of our constitutional rights are at risk. They're trying to build out a sprawling national military and police force intended to be accountable only to the president, not to the people. But Washington is our home, not a military target. And let us be very clear, the deployment of the National Guard is federal overreach for an emergency that simply does not exist. This is not public safety. This is an attack on everyday people and on the soul of our country.
100% Flacco.
And we see these tactics for what they are: an effort to sow fear, silence opposition, and attack the cities who welcome and celebrate immigrants. Cities like Los Angeles, Chicago, Portland, and DC. However, even
Well
as
said,
these
Melvin.
cities have been demonized by the Trump administration, we've also seen incredible acts of bravery and solidarity.
Welcome back, sis.
We've learned the importance of being organized and standing shoulder to shoulder as we are today with community organizations, faith groups, labor unions, local and state governments, and elected officials to say, hands off our neighbors. Immigrants are welcome in Washington. We will not be bullied or threatened, and we certainly will not comply in advance.
Why do they always say immigrants? Legal immigrants, yes, legal. Illegal immigrants, they should be arrested for obstruction of justice.
These executive orders send a clear message that we will use our full power to stand up and protect our communities. Ensuring the Seattle Police Department and the city cannot and will not participate in federal civil immigration enforcement.
Breaking the law.
Creating task force across departments who will meet with and coordinate responses with community organizations like One America. And writing new laws and directives to meet this moment to ensure that our local law enforcement prioritizes the safety and First Amendment rights of our residents and community members. We know we are strong when we stand together. That's why our elected leaders and city governments does its work, and in communities, so do we. One America and a coalition of dozens of organizations across the state have been preparing for the potential deployment of federal guards in Washington and escalated ICE raids. If federal troops get sent to our state, this network of community-based organizations will be ready to respond to protect our communities and our democracy. We will ensure families know their rights and how to access social and legal services. We'll create spaces for communities to come together and stand in solidarity. And we will say loud and clear in a unified voice that Seattle and Washington, everyone deserves to thrive, no matter where you were born or what language you speak. Now, the Trump administration's one goal in all of this is to consolidate power by spreading fear and division.
English, the official language, learn it, not just no matter what language you speak.
Partnering today with the leadership of the city of Seattle, we show that we not only reject this false vision of a divided country, but also that together we can build a city as vibrant and thriving because of immigrants' communities.
Illegal.
And together in partnership, as community organizations and elected leaders, we will be ready to protect our communities because we all deserve to be safe and secure in our city.
My name is Malu Chavez. I am proud to serve as Executive Director of Northwest Immigrant Rights Project. My colleagues at NIRP, day to day, day after day, walk alongside our immigrant communities in Washington State, providing direct legal services and helping educate our client communities about their constitutional rights and the immigration benefits that the U.S. law provides. So we are hearing stories.
Immigration
We
benefits
get to
we provide,
witness the experiences that our client communities are having as a result of these attacks. When we speak with them, when we show up in court, when we go to their interview hearings, when they walk through our door, we're hearing their stories. And so I'm here on behalf of our colleagues to speak on the challenges that our communities are experiencing. We know that the federal government's stated goal is of mass detention and mass deportation. And this is supported by a discretionary budget that we saw in early July, and also by changes in law we had not seen in more than 3 decades. Today is a special day because the city of Seattle and its leadership is standing strong in its commitment and using its power to ensure that resources are used to protect against federal overreach and to safeguard our constitutional protections and freedoms.
Constitutional protections. The Constitution is not for illegal immigrants. And how the hell is the federal government enforcing immigration laws overreaching? That is their job, to protect the United States of America. I don't understand these people, man. And why do people support these people?
I'm thankful for the partnerships we have with the City of Seattle, its many departments, including our Office of Immigrant and Refugee Affairs, for listening to us, for listening to our community partners, and for listening to our City of Seattle residents, for taking action, for standing up and standing strong against the injustices and attacks that immigrant communities are facing at the hands of the federal administration. Mayor Herrera, City Council, and the various city departments, we are so thankful for your partnership. Your taking action means that our immigrant communities are welcome, that they are not alone, and that they will be safe. But we know that safety does not come at the expense of others' safety. And that we, as immigrant rights advocates, are also not alone in defending the rights of our communities against the erosion of fundamental rights and protections, and against a blatant disregard of the rule of law, and including due process. Thank you. Our communities are
blatant disregard of the law. Coming to this country legally, you already broke one. Working illegally is number 2. Committing fraud using other people's papers is number 3. The hypocrisy in these people. And if you can see their faces, they're full of shit, and you can see it.
counting on your leadership to continue to protect all of us, because again,
lying.
we're
She
all
knows she's
impacted.
wrong.
Thank you.
She knows she's wrong. That's what you can tell. When person debris, she knows what I'm talking about.
Thank you so much, Marla, for your words. Now, I would like to introduce Seattle Indivisible's board member, Kathleen, who will say a few words.
Thank you, Mayor Harrell and Director Mohammed, and thank you to everyone standing here today. Seattle Indivisible is proud to join this effort because our city must remain a place where no one lives in fear for who they are or where they come from. When federal agencies act outside the bounds of law or humanity, we have a duty to draw a line and defend our neighbors. This executive order and proposed ordinances are statements of principle that Seattle will not collaborate with cruelty, it will not give legitimacy to raids that tear families apart, and it will not stand silent while human rights are violated in our streets. We know that words alone will not stop an armored vehicle or a deportation order, but solidarity, spoken clearly and lived out daily, still matters. It tells every person being targeted that they are not alone, and it tells every official planning escalation that we are watching, organizing, and will not yield.
They're also telling them that they support them being illegal and their criminal activities, and they will be defended, which actually emboldens them to continue to come here to this country illegally and to continue doing crime. These people think we're stupid.
Our resolve is simple. Whatever comes, Seattle Indivisible will stand with our immigrant and refugee neighbors and all being targeted by the federal government. Seattle will not be intimidated into abandoning its values. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to sign it, and then we'll come back for any questions. So let's sign the executive orders first. Santos for joining us here to get the state's perspective, and we know this issue is near and dear to you, so thank you very much for being here, Sharon. Okay, with that, we'd be more than happy to take any questions. Yes, ma'am.
How do you think your orders will sort of interact with what federal troops might do if the president invokes the Insurrection Act to send troops here, as opposed to, I guess, what he's doing so far in Chicago?
Yeah, it sort of addresses it head on. Number one, if you look at the legal definition of insurrection, and we don't believe any of the activities in Seattle meet that definition. So we think from a judicial standpoint, we're on solid footing. One thing we have been doing consistently, we're building the case, always building the case. So when we start talking about crime down, certain rates going down, safety up, it builds the case that this is not the type of fact situation that warrants the imposition of the Insurrection Act. And so, again, you look back at other historical activities in this country, we don't have that here in Seattle. And so at a previous press conference when we said, we don't need you here, that was part of the continued record where we don't think that the Insurrection Act applies here. And I'm going to also call on anyone else who wants to add any other comments to this. Just want to.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm Deputy Mayor Greg Wong, head up federal response for the mayor's office, Mayor Harrell. What Mayor Harrell said is absolutely correct. It just does not apply here. But I think that what's also equally important is that we're giving directive to how our local police department, Seattle Police Department, should interact or not interact with federal troops, whether they're the National Guard or other federal forces, regardless of the basis for them being called up. So all of the contents of the order will apply equally.
Thanks. Right. Erica?
I understand that cities can obviously only do so much, but I'm curious, how do you plan to enforce things like the mask ban and like the prohibition of local police participating in immigration
Easy
enforcement and other activities? California already has a mask ban, for example, and I believe the federal government is violating it.
Yeah. So once again, we'll sort of have to cross that bridge when we come. I think as the executive of the city, we have a lot of powers to to enforce our local ordinances. I think our police department has to make sure our local ordinances are complied with. So in our enforcement scheme, again, that's one reason why there's a component of it directing our Seattle Police Department to make it very clear when I use the word the lack of ambiguity in what they're to do. So some of the enforcement mechanisms will be developed here in a matter of weeks, if not days. We actually have drafts that we're working on now.
I want to point out, just so you guys know, this is the same guy that when the LGBTQ had a gathering in a park in Seattle, there was some Christians on the outer limit speaking about Jesus. This is the same mayor that criminalized Christians for doing that. And he said that the retaliation on another event that Christians had set up at same park, it was a concert, Christian concert. He said that the Christians provoked Antifa members and LGBTQ communities to start attacking them. Now, there's families with children. There's family gatherings. They're just praising God. And these Antifa members, of course, Antifa, they were out there throwing balloons filled with urine on the crowd. That's assault, and he should have put them in jail for doing that. Now, eventually, the local police, the bike patrol, they call it, saw this, and they arrested some of them, put them on the ground, and enforced the law. But this same coward in here likes to say Americans are not important, illegal immigration, criminal activities will be defended, is the same guy that hates Christians in Washington State. Now, I don't know how many Christians we have in Washington State. I haven't looked at statistics. But it blows my mind that this coward is in office. And I can't wait to go meet them in person. I cannot wait to meet them in person. I'll tell you that right now. I hope that we have a lot of people like, I think I saw a lady in here, I think it was, that wants to, rally up and protest and stand up to defend our country. I am 100% for that. I hope that we get a lot of viewers from Washington. I hope that people, if you are in Washington State, that maybe we can collaborate, that we can promote each other so that we can reach more Washingtonians, people that think like we do. And we have to get into that booth, and we have to go to vote. We have to vote. I can tell you that I have actually quite a few people that are actually going to vote for me, and I appreciate that. I wish that all of the people that come through my channel would be living here in Washington. But we'll hope that we can make a difference. I am definitely going to be putting America first, Washingtonians first. And, you know, there's going to be a lot of people deported from Washington State. We will hand them over to the federal government so they can enforce the federal immigration law. But we're also going to fight for those people that are actually doing something for the community. They're not going to get away scot-free, but they will have to pay a fine. But if they're a good character, they pass the background, criminal backgrounds, and all this stuff, there is a chance that we can help them out to at least give them some sort of temporary until they can fix some papers. But it will be literally temporary. There's going to be a massive deportation from Washington State. So I'm sure I'm going to have a lot of opposition, okay? And I am hoping that Democratic patriots out there put their people first, and hopefully they will join the Republicans and conservatives that believe that illegal immigrants should not be allowed in this country. If Oregon wants to do that, they can do that. But here in Washington State, we're not going to play that game. All right? So that's exactly what we're going to fight for. That's exactly what we are going to be doing. And we just got to do it. You know, if Democrats want to keep... I went to pick up my daughter from... For people like this, I'm sure you guys already seen this, but if you haven't, if you guys want to vote for this crap to be, you know, governing your state, it's totally up to you. But I will not vote for people like this.
I went to pick up my daughter from water polo practice, and she's 12, and she got in the car and she was crying. And I said, did someone punch you? Like, water polo is a rough sport. I was like, did someone hit you? Did the coach yell at you? What happened? And she said, Mom, Trump won. Trump's going to win. And what if I get raped and I need to have an abortion? This is from a 12-year-old, my 12-year-old daughter. And so it was really a reminder of how scary this time is for people, and how important.
You guys know her, right? And who taught that 12-year-old that? I think she did. That's how psycho she is. This is the kind of people that Democrats put in office. And I'm telling you, my Democrat patriots, put your country first. Put your countrymen first. Put the sanity of your children first. And once we got all that taken care of, then we can go ahead and help our neighbors. But right now, illegal immigration, all these sexually immoral things, they got to go. You got to stand up for your family. Man, if you don't, nobody else will. Nobody can do it for you. You have to make that change. I'm glad that most of the people that come to my channel are actually American patriots, and I appreciate every single one of you guys. But we got to keep speaking the truth. We got to keep talking out there. I will take every insult that anybody wants to give me. Sellout, coconut, wanna be white, etc., blah, blah, blah. Number one, I don't envy anybody. This is me, and this is just me. I don't envy anybody. I always wish for somebody to be very prosperous. I like justice. I like fairness. If I am ever unfair, I need to apologize and be fair. I think that telling my Latino community to come to this country legally, it's actually helping them so that their families stay together. I am not going to allow people to break the law or tell them that breaking the law is good. I know, Tiffany, it's all good. Thank you for clarifying. But, you know, we hear all of these things, and it's just like once we take care of our stuff, guys, you know, hey, listen, let me tell you this way. Let's do it this way. Okay, so we have a certain amount of people that we can accept in this country every year, okay? We have a certain amount of people that we can accept in here. Guys, if I'm looking to my left, it's because of my monitor, okay? I'm not reading notes. But I want you to know that, let me see, where is this thing? Sorry about it. Yeah, so I want you to know this. I I consider myself to be a fur person, okay? There is a limited amount of people that we can allow access to our country. And this number is over 1 million people yearly. Now, we're taking into consideration that there's going to be some, not reproduction, I guess multiplication of, citizens, right? The American people are going to grow as the people, American people, but then we will allow migrants to come and visit our country because we love migrants. We want migrants, of course, but we want legal migrants, and I want to specify legal migrants. Fur person, okay, that might be different. We might not allow that shit. Only for Halloween or in private clubs. But yeah, we might have to ban some things. Just kidding. I don't think we can ban that. As long as they're not exposing themselves, they don't commit indecent exposure. Do it the right way. That's it. I'm stuck in Connecticut, sadly. Saving to move to Virginia. Move to Washington and let's go stand up against these people. Yeah, no problem, a little bit. We'll pray for you. I'm tired of Democrats moving here, especially from California. They're tired of the crime and migrating. Yeah, well, they're spreading that disease and they're bringing it with them. C-Wag, where you at? Are you in Florida, probably? They're migrating to Texas and Florida. Caucasian says people who have been through real adversity don't offend easily. I was talking to a black man with no legs, and I asked him what happened. He said his parents were black. Wait, what was that funny? I don't know. I apologize about that. I don't know why I laughed. I think it was funny. A little bit come to New York State. No, Tiffany, no, don't tell her that. New York is about to go down the shit. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. Maybe I'm wrong. But, I mean, having Cuomo is no different. These people are so afraid of being called names that they are cowards. They don't stand up for their people. If I was Cuomo, I would be like, hey, you know what? I tried it my way. This happened. This didn't happen. President Donald Trump is doing this. I'm seeing results. I think we're going to go ahead and work with President Donald Trump on this. We need to clean up our city. We need illegal immigrants out of our country, out of my state. New York is overpopulated, and we have plenty of people to fill up jobs. We don't need illegal immigrants to go in there and dirtying up our city. Period. And it's not just the fact that they can come in and make your city dirty. It's too many people, overpopulation. It's gonna always bring garbage into your city. The traffic is horrendous. Do you know why they build freeways? And why the infrastructure in our states are so hugely, economically funded? Because we are counting how much our population is going to be growing every year. And so every year, another person will have a car, and then traffic gets heavier. Well, when you got millions of illegal immigrants coming into your city and state, that is also going to bring a lot of traffic. That is also going to take a lot of jobs. That is also going to bring prices for your apartment, housing, etc. up. It's going to rise prices all over the place. There will be some sort of HUD auditing being done, especially on big communities that charge a lot of money. We want to find out why is the price so expensive. And I can tell you right now, and this has been happening for decades, a lot of Asians, a lot of Hispanics, a lot of foreigners, migrants that come to this country, legally or illegally, they rent apartments or houses and they fill them up just like a bunch of cockroaches in a house. I get it. I know the feeling. Been there, done that. Except I was legal. And I had, share a one-bedroom apartment with like 5 Mexicans. And, we just left what we needed to sleep. We just needed a place to sleep, and then we can go to work the next day, working 16 hours a day. That's what we did. But it was a miserable life, by the way. It was so empty. But nonetheless, when you keeping the apartment communities filled up to 90 to 95% occupancy, They raise the prices. That's just the name of the game. If you can continue to raise prices and keep apartment communities from 90 to 95% occupancy, the pricing of that apartment will continue to rise and rise and rise, and it will never drop as long as they keep doing the illegal. As long as they keep renting apartments, they will never lower it. And the reason why they will keep renting it is because illegal immigrants or people that want to save money, they will always come and occupy a unit illegally. I had problems with that when I was a leasing agent. I told my manager, "Hey, listen, this apartment right here, there are 6 people that are not supposed to be there. They're not supposed to be there. We got to kick them out." And my manager will just turn a blind eye and just left them. Hey, I'm getting a lot of noise complaints from this apartment. There's 12 people in there. There's supposed to be 7. There's 5 people that are not supposed to be there. And on top of that, the parking in apartment communities is already limited as it is. And when you have a bunch of adults that have different cars, it creates a problem, not just for parking, but for the fire hazard, too many people in an apartment. You have a bunch of druggies gathering in apartments or whatever, and they just don't care. They just don't care. I had a problem with that. This is true story. It happened. So we're always going to fight and talk about illegal immigration and the cost of living and all this other stuff. But, let me see. What is it? Marvin said, "Do you think God just killed his son in the wilderness?" What the hell are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Go ahead. What are you talking about? Clarify on that question, will you? Marvin or Marvin. Clarify that question. I don't understand what you're saying. Meldon, true, been there. Yeah. Thank you, Meldon. Love Florida. One of my daughters used to live there, so I could only go there 2 times a year. Oh, at least you got to go 2 times a year. I meant West Virginia, not Virginia. I want the South and Red State, my peeps. Wag, Marvin, do you think you're on a ball floating around a fireball in a never-ending galaxy? An autopen, what an evil country. Country. An evil country. Country. Oh man, this guy. It's an illegal immigrant in here trying to type English. Oh, well, at least you're trying, my friend. Scott Mason says medical expenses, etc., they drain the system without paying it. Brother, let me tell you something. You know how many abandoned apartments we had to clean up from illegal immigrants? We didn't enforce immigration. We're not federal agents. So illegal immigrants can come and rent as long as they show their real ID. That's all that matters, and that they can pay. So we had to, just destroy the apartment units. The apartment community has insurance, so that's not a big deal, but it was such a horrible name for migrants. To have these illegal immigrants come in here, destroy the property, do drugs in the apartment, and then move out. And you know what? You can put their credit score and say, "Hey, Jorge Lopez, we're gonna report him to the Better Business Bureau, and we're gonna report him to Equifax and TransUnion, and we're gonna mess up his credit, and we're gonna put him in collections." When they go try to look for this guy, he doesn't exist. That's not his real name. He's using fake papers. Somebody else, some American, some other migrant Hispanic that actually has papers gets to be blamed for it. And then they have to be hassled, and they have to report it, they have to get it fixed. In the meantime, those delinquents, illegal immigrants, keep abusing the law. They keep breaking the law. And then you have morons like the ones that I showed you on the video that want to keep protecting and defending them. And we just cannot afford to have that in this country. You know what I'm saying? Like, I appreciate a lot of you guys agreeing with me on this. I appreciate it. But I'm telling you, it is a fact. It is the truth. And I tell you that because I've seen it. I lived it And I protested it, and it didn't do anything. That is also drives insurance costs up. That's right. So the premiums do go up, and that will also or can cause the rent price to go up. So let me see here. What do I got? The wife is texting. No. I know my wife knows that I should have been done like 3 hours ago. I wanted to spend more time with you guys a little bit just so I can answer more questions and show you more information here from my state of Washington. I am glad that there's still a lot of patriots out there, a lot of Americans, and even migrants that come here the right way, that support what I support. Yeah. Want to engage. Legal migration only, Benito, 100%. You know, I agree with that, 100%. Little bit, nobody knows what Marvin means. He's been smoking too much of the devil's lettuce. As Senator Kennedy says, life is hard, but it's harder when you're stupid. All right, guys, I'm going to take a break. I will see you guys after 5 p.m. Hope to have a couple of more videos that we can watch together, and we'll go from there. Thanks to those who gave me a chat this morning, super chats. I appreciate you. Thank you for the love, for the support. Meldon, take it easy, brother. My love to you and your wife and your family. May God bless you guys, and God bless the USA. Trinity sister.